Hello? Okay, yeah, that's on. Good morning, everybody. Um, t- 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 how you guys doing? So I don't know if you guys got a chance, but if you haven't, at the top of the daily is a link for Yella's DD. Um, Check it out. Super awesome, giant delta sensitivity spike on GameStop, similar to last year's but larger, um, significantly. Essentially, this means that the options market is not valuing the underlying at the same price that the market is. And, a medium needs to be found. Um, the finding of that medium could be pretty volatile. It lines up with, the same spike, same time of year. Um, just re-emphasizes the cycle theory for me, confirms the shit out of my bias. But definitely give it a check it out. Um, Check her post out. She puts a lot of work into that, and that's usually information not easily obtainable by retail. So make sure to give whatever support over there that you can. All of SS drinking all that haterade. I don't care. I saw that and got very jacked. So please talk me down from buying zero DTEs into a five. So usually, this is really easy. Usually, those delta sensitivity spikes occur well in advance of price action. Um, it's gonna rocket like your mortgage company, possibly. I mean, it's good, right? Anytime data comes out after your thesis that confirms your thesis, right? That's a positive. I will avoid it as much as I can. For those of you guys that were in here yesterday, I know it was a rough one, probably exacerbated by the fact that, we were red. People get pissy, and that's fine. We'll get some shit today too, but probably less, and I'm prepared for it. So my Baba put's still good. Baba's coming up in the pre-market. Unfortunately, so is the fucking spy bastard. I knew it. Oh, one day off. Spotify having a nice turnaround. I don't know if anyone was in on this, but this is good. My calls for Spotify are a week out, so lots of room to the upside. Hopefully, it's found a floor um, down here, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. Adam Aaron sold more shares. Anybody still holding AMC? Uh, you're being robbed. They removed the Yulia post from Superstock? No, they didn't. I'm looking at it right now. Possible DRS influence. I think price action is the main driver of this. Possible DRS influence. I mean, this is in delta sensitivity is purely through the options chain. So no, it wouldn't, DRS wouldn't have an effect yet until that exposure was realized. Then DRS would have an effect, right? Aaron? So the effect of DRS on a move like this would come after the fact. So what we're seeing right now is the delta sensitivity in the options chain when the gamma exposure is due, or when the hedging begins to occur. Then when shares are trying to be found, that is when DRS has the most impact. Do you get BlackRock company emails saying that we no longer need be offering 510 weeklies with how profitable they're going to be? Morning, guys. Here's a fun fact. Last night, the mods of, and I feel like this does need to be said, the mods of AMC Stonk were deleting posts that indicated that Adam Aaron had sold more shares. And that's a big red flag of front running to me. If you're part of that subreddit, I would bitch. Um, that's it looks like the mods just hadn't sold their shares yet, right? Which is not in the best interests of the people that follow that subreddit. Yeah, of course they removed it from Wall Street Bets. It says GameStop. I was banned and my comments removed from SS for explaining how options pricing works. I don't. I would say something to the mods, but I don't really know anything about that or them. Mr. Girk, I donated you $3 of my hard-earned dollars yesterday on Ko-Fi at 3:59 p.m. I demand satisfaction. I demand that you read my message. Uh, are you talking about the snack line thing? I read that. I don't see anything here. This is horseshit. Just tell me what the message was and I'll read it. I can't find it. Or if I can, I don't know which one it's from. I don't know. I don't know who you are on there. Hey, look at us. Oh, ding, by the way. Oh, yes. Price action. Thank you for being my favorite shill pickle. I will keep on to support you no matter the BS. One of the few with some actual wrinkles. Thank you, Volume 1. I appreciate that. Not financial advice, but is the idea to bail on AMC? What do you mean? Stop forcing me to donate. Tell us how much you make off YouTube. Take your hands off my wife. Actually, scratch that last part. Thank you, Dan Almighty. I appreciate that. I'm doing well, Average Joe. Thank you. Hey, Pickle. Hope you're well. Sorry about some of the hate. I blame myself because they clearly think you're making loads of money and have paid thousands for those end of stream videos. I mean, the production quality is very high, right? I can understand it being confusing. And now that I'm in 1080p, poof, yeah. That's what it was. Until I was in 1080p, I wasn't a shill. Can someone write a DD on that? Because I feel like it's pretty accurate. Can you split screen with the spy so I can pretend to be the SEC? I could after I buy some spy options. Um, one sec. Let me. Six-month icon hype. Congrats, Dakey. Kenneth Cordelay Griffin lied. I mean, yeah, probably. Allegedly. Check out XRT on the 5-minute standard candles. Giant gap down. I have it open on my other screen. I see it. Oh, Yella breaks it down very clearly in her post, Domadan. Essentially, it means that a increase in the underlying has X effect in hedging. But she goes deeper into it. You're not a shill, and the Dens will never leave you. I will always appreciate you and all that you have taught me and done for the Pickles. Viva la gherkin. Praise be VWAP. Thank you so much. Who makes those end clips for you? Average Joe makes them. They're super awesome. The music by Bendy Shaft. Everything that's in here is made by the community. Big time YouTuber. I mean, at their projected rate of growth, I really suck at YouTubing. Like, I should already be beating out Matt Kors with my 4% of his subscriber base. Hey, Mr. 20K, fucks my shirt, bruh. I've never seen such a weak ass, like, you make more money than me, so fuck you thing in my life. I bought a few Feb 240 at the dip. They are up bigly already. Average down from November. Oopsie gang. Moved and got a new camera. Shill. Exactly. I mean, this is a high production entertainment stream. When are the celebrity guests coming onto the show? I'd love to get some, but I don't know how to facilitate that at all. I guess I just need to hound people on the internet, and that seems creepy to me. Like, hey, come on my YouTube channel. I want to talk to you. Like, I'd be weirded out if someone said, I am weirded out when people say that to me. I'm like, I don't think so. It's hard for me to overcome my natural aversion to people. Yeah, actually, he never even needed to become Pontiff of VWAP. It was just the webcam. That was it. I was like, oh, thank you, Kenny from Kenneth Cordell Griffin from Citadel. I really appreciate the webcam. I guess I'll just give up on my favorite stock now. That's how it went down. But now that you're all aware, we can move forward. I mean, technically, Kenny did pay for the webcam. Not in the way he intended. Oh, it links to a specific comment? Okay, that's my bad. Shit. God, more nonsense. There we go. That should fix it. Ooh, yes. 74% upvoted. Let's go. The bots are after me. And what's funny is it's the same like 10 people in every thread like fomenting this negativity against me. Stop making me donate, Gherkin. Ugh, I can't sleep at night thinking how much more money you make than me, so I'll have to go cry on Reddit about it. You're my favorite BlackRock employee after all. Thank you, Super Hot Kitty. My cat calls were, entirely for you. Speaking of which, cat looking great this morning. Money being made. Beautiful, beautiful day. Just send a donation despite the dude who felt it necessary to write a hate post on Super Stonk. What a joke. Yeah, it wasn't even like someone who's in here, right? Like, there weren't like someone who's been here for a long time. It's like someone who fucking was here for like a week. Everyone wants their karma. Sales Funnels R Us. Thank you for your purchase of your best-selling Reddit YouTube sales funnel. Would love feedback on how it's performing and how many massive gains you've generated to date. Thank you, Sales Funnels R Us. I couldn't agree more in 1969. BlackRock upgraded your penthouse. I wouldn't call it an upgrade. It's no longer a penthouse, so that was shit. Even though specifically stated in my contract that I get a penthouse. But that's a matter for HR. I'm not going to plague you guys with that kind of nonsense. Vaxed, waxed, Eddie Bauer shirt, $1,000 espresso machine, never drives in reverse. She'll confirmed. I tried doing a cat call, but all I got was slapped in the face. What doing wrong? Um, check out your brokerage. They'll probably have like some educational materials on that for you. The more the pay the pickle, the sooner he'll stop shilling stock and go back to the kicking beauty channel. Was it that nickel pickle guy? Oh, I don't know. No, I don't think so. I, Honestly, I've never felt better about my theory than now. If there's that big of a push to attack it and prove it wrong, even though the data's all there, um, that just bolsters my confidence in untold ways. I'm in the crapper on a Myrna 400 for the 17th. Bought a Myrna 277.50 put for the 23rd at close yesterday. 2,600 profit on the opening bell. Wipes the loss on the call. Very good. That is correct. Windmill. When you see a position slip that hard, especially something with that high of IV, if you have the capital, you should definitely like and the next support on Moderna is like down at like 260, and then below that, oh Jesus, in the two. Fucking Christ. Oh man, I'm glad I got out of those yesterday. Well, congratulations. And yes, good job. Tam AMC dragging us down hard. Oh, today is not bullish, right? That delta spike plays out later. That delta sensitivity spike is not like for today before anybody does anything stupid. You know who made a lot of money? The CFO of AMC. Oh man, it's getting so hard to keep up with chat nowadays. Remember Dan Rod's love letter to the shills? I do. It was beautiful. Small peepee. Could you go over the failure to roll scenario again? I will a little later. Wait till like a little bit after opening. And yes, that's not a problem. Ooh. Uh, Petition to amend Rick of Spades DD to change language to Matt Core's DRS said banana into central repository. What's your opinion on crypto market in relation to GME manipulation and MOASS? I think it's a coincidence and not necessarily correlated. It could be, right? Like they may be pulling liquidity out of the crypto market in order to use it to hedge their margin in GameStop. But, the crypto market's so volatile that like if you really pay attention to the peaks and drops, like it's not necessarily lined up or has to do with like broader market mechanics, right? Like a lot of GME's movement is towards the end of the quarter. And so like towards the end and the beginning of the following quarter. And so like, that obviously like crypto is going to move in similar cycles as well. No, I fixed it, Carl. Didn't I? Yeah, I fixed the link. I thought about that, Carl. I just saw your DM. Yeah, I thought about it. You mean it's not made by BlackRock's media team? No. Just sending a donation despite the duty felt it necessary to write a post. Thanks, man. Um, Same every time. I grossly misinterpreted one thing Girk said, so now I hate him. Thanks for the crazy awesome work you do, man. Thank you, French Dale. Do you have any shows available to borrow last November, December, Jan for GMA? No. I think there's some posts. I've seen them. I hear we have to donate for MOASS. My smooth brain just clicks on shiny things. Please stop taking advantage of me and my tiny penis. P.S. Have a beer on me. Thank you, anonymous donor. It's not the size that matters. It's the exposure of your gamma. Remember that. With respect to leaps, futures theory, what are your thoughts on the volume of yesterday? I mean, yesterday is the roll date, right? So volume a little higher. Massive options flow yesterday, $80 million or something like that. Huge number of puts. Obviously, that pressure is going to get relieved on the other side. Um, yeah, that's what I got. There's never a better time to launch a line of VWAP hats. Is Jan monthly on the 21st or 28th? 21st are the leap expiration dates. It is bullish, Daniel Godfrey. Very bullish indeed. Blue Ocean, I think you're correct. It seems like that person invested more than they could afford. Yeah, it's probably just somebody who got burned on options and is upset about it, which is fair. I mean, I tried to discourage people from playing weeklies, but I knew some would no matter what, right? But it didn't matter. I still had to release the like the information when it would matter, right? Like I had to release it then. What does that delta spike on the chart you posted this morning mean? And when does it have an effect on share price? Usually after the fact. If you look at it historically, um, it, the the price action follows. Uh, I'll have to ask Yella because I don't have like day by day values here, but I'm sure there's a specific time frame in which between the delta sensitivity spike and the following price action. If you guys could drop a like, big help in the morning, especially. SoFi ETF dip same time as well as Croc. Huh. When do you expect upwards price action again? The possibly next week, leading into the gamma exposure window on December 22nd. I like how Girk still defends his DD when he's been wrong for like 2 quarterly cycles now. I've been right, Sir Dinkus. Tell me how I've been wrong. I'd love to hear it. Oh, did you predict $50 price increases in GameStop months in advance? I did. What about you? What do you got? Fucking troll. Ugh. Show me your DD. Let's look at price action 12.9 last year. Seems like we're following a similar trend percent wise. Similar, different. Liquidity is way different now. For January 21st play, is there a T2 after or before that date? After. So January 21st plus T plus 2 is when the exposure window is, which I believe falls on January 25th is the center point. IDD is I sold some LXU today to buy more GME. Yeah, I saw the bullshit post. People just trying to divide the community. Forum sliding. Even if DFE would be bashed on SS, if he would be posting his GMA play now, you're a gem dude. P.S. Can I find the birthday BJ schedule on Discord? Ryan Blowen. Yeah, I mean, of course, DFE was bashed and hated until he was right. But I'm not DFE. I'm not going to make the claim that I am. I wouldn't even be in this play if it weren't for him. Thank you, Jerry of the Berry. I appreciate that. I saw your AM section from your post yesterday. I was wondering if you could elaborate on how MMs use market making to manipulate the price and what cost it is for them to do that. Well, this is how they generate synthetic shares to short, right? By buying lots of, by inflating the put market on GameStop, um, it forces a hedge to the downside. Now, if this is not necessarily the MMs doing this, right? This can be the short hedge funds or people short volatility. And by buying those puts, they're forcing the MM to hedge the price down. And the cost of that, it's profitable if done in a significant amount, except on the other side of that, when those calls are sold, those shares that were sold to hedge the calls have to be purchased back because they are synthetic. So they only have a T+2 window. And so what that does is, while it drives the price down in the short term, it's not sustainable. Unlike a long short position where shares are borrowed and used to short the stock directly, which can be carried as long as the borrow rate continues to be paid. Sorry for the bullshit on Superstonk. I tried to point out that you do this for the community and how much it helps us all. I'm sorry, I think they're right. Hiya trolls, you win. I should be paying Gherk more. Love you, Gherk. That whole statement's very kind of confusing. Been out for a while. I hear. Oh, I got that one. Thank you. On the daily, the overlay predicted price action has slightly shifted. Is that because it now mirrors our current price action? Yeah, I updated it, right? So now it's from the failure date forward, or from the roll date forward. It's just that the other part of the price action previous was just cut off, and I just have the bars moving forward. Can you tell us Gherkin is legit because he's not afraid to disagree with people? People pleasing is a big red flag. He looks at the data, builds theories accordingly. Sounds like a cat, I know. Thank you, Pi5. Thank you, HG. I appreciate that. Disappointing to see the witch hunt post not get taken down. I mean, I don't expect the moderators to do that, right? If anything, they should support a forum of free speech, and part of free speech is people saying nasty shit about you, with no proof or validation whatsoever. So that's fine. Um, it is what it is. Nothing I can do about it. And I wouldn't want to, right? I wouldn't want people to not be able to say bad things about me. They are welcome to. I encourage it. Come behind the dumpster and I'll show you my DD. I don't want DD. I want Ken Griffin in a cell. Well, I'm trying to point out how you get him there. He's never going to jail, by the way. But no, Nostradamus. Never. I hate fractional shares, so here's $5. Thanks for all the knowledge. Thank you, Rhino Melbo. I appreciate that, man. Think Spy could beat 470 today? Probably. Just to fuck me. Guys, guess what? I'm done with Gherk. Congratulations, man. I reply, pointing out the most obvious fact that invalidates his DD, and now he ignores me. Where is it? Hold on, I'm gonna dig for it. I'm willing to read your response. There isn't one. You didn't say shit. So none of these shorts going to jail. Maybe somebody from like Credit Suisse or like an intern. Historically, have any billionaires gone to jail besides the ones that steal from the rich? How much and when will the Delta spike affect the price? I mean, given that the sensitivity spike is higher than it was last December, but it is an advance. Usually the price action plays out later. It's feeling tender. Thank you, Peter Smith. Somebody's feeling very lonely today. Let's give extra hugs. I came here to hang with my fellow shills. After doing my in-depth research, I can come to the conclusion that you are not actually a pickle. Shut the fuck up, man. Don't tell people that. Can everyone stop asking variations of the question, when will GME go up, down, and to what? Nobody knows. Don't read the trolls' comments. Why are you doing that? Because dissenting opinions deserve recognition. Maybe he has a truly good case for what's wrong with my DD. Maybe he has a proof positive that is incorrect in every way, and leads to no, is not worth any forward discussion. And if that's the case, I want to know. I've learned so much about market mechanics and never would have known prior to listening in. Thanks for being a cool dude. Thank you, Space Gravy. Yeah, like Madoff. Well, Madoff stole from rich people. Epstein, fucked children. These are bad people. There wasn't volume from the last 2 quarters to support rolling, aka your theory. There wasn't. There was no roll. They were failed to roll, which is also part of the theory. Please continue, Sir Dinkus. I clearly did not see your other comment. I couldn't find it. If you tag me in it like you did there, I can find it much easier. If I turn 10K into 1 million through options on GME, will you get frosted tips, and is it retroactive? No. What do you think happens when the entire float is DRS'd and disclosed in GME's 10K? Nothing. What do you think happens? EK kind of new to the channel. Thanks for all you do. What week in December is better for buying options? I mean, options are very cheap right now. IV's low. This whole dip presents an excellent opportunity to get in or average down long positions, which you maybe later intend to DRS. The next good window after this period from now until the 22nd, the week of the 22nd, is afterwards, between like 12/27 and January 9th. It's January 9th. What day is that? January 10th. So January 7th. December 27th through January 7th is the next window where there's not anything really affecting price action. We are currently in one of those windows. If it's revealed that he was stealing from his clients, yeah, that would land him in jail. These guys have so many layers of protection from liability on shit like this that, I mean, it's very, very difficult to put the head of a company in jail for the actions of that company. Ask a lawyer. That's why it's like you have limited liability corporations, right? They limit the liability. What is the best way to capitalize on the Delta spike? Feb call is still the play. I mean, that's where my efforts are focused. If you simply believe in GameStop as a long-term value investment, you can look further out than February. But February is the closest date that encapsulates all the expected price movement. But, leaps in January of 2023 or 24 present excellent opportunities for long-term investors to get leveraged shares at a price far cheaper than market. I mean, for the August run up, there was volume on the date I claimed there would be volume. Um, for the November run up, no, they hedged. But so you're saying that they can't obfuscate it, but it still occurred within the window I expected. Like on November 24th, we hit $250, which was my exact price target. So even though the volume didn't come in, and like I can't do anything about that. If people don't buy options and there's not enough gamma exposure, what am I supposed to do? I never predicted the range of movement, simply the movement, right? People constantly were asking me, what's the highest it will go? And, there were price targets, Sir Dinkus, but that doesn't invalidate the theory. It just simply means that they had less exposure to cover or hedged that exposure in advance, which is not only proof that they generally don't hedge, right? Because when we don't run up into that date, we have a massive volume spike. When we do run up into that date, we have a small volume spike. I mean, that's just market mechanics. It's hedging. So if they hedge in advance, small volume spike, right? As we saw in November. If they don't hedge that exposure in advance, like August, large volume spike. I don't know what's so confusing there. It's pretty obvious, right? If anything, even if the expected volume didn't show up, the mechanics are still highlighted. The exposure is still there, right? Whether they hedge it or they don't hedge it, the effects are seen. So that doesn't invalidate the theory. I mean, the theory is a macro look at GameStop movement. And on the micro day-to-day level, of course, they're going to attempt to cover at different times and not make their moves predictable. They're far bigger dangers out in the market for them, running the stock predictably than just retail. Huh. Awesome. Nice, secure. I see it. DOJ looking into naked short selling. Don't forget, PyFi asked YouTube to disable the likes so the shills couldn't hurt him. I actually loved the dislikes. And it meant I was doing a good job. Dinkus got burned short term. So did a lot of people. There is proof they didn't roll. Go to CME's website and you can see the Russell 1000 roll. The roll volume is public data. Nail it down. I've never moved the goalposts. Thanks for the edutainment. Picked up more Jan and Feb calls this morning on the dip, and I'm feeling confident as ever in my moves thanks to this community. Thank you, Matt Squatch. What about November 1st? Unsuspected price action. Could that happen again? Grapevine, Texas Gainsaw Massacre. That was November 3rd. And I do expect it to happen again. It tracks. So we don't have a lot of data points on November 3rd's price action, but it is exactly within the FTD window for ETFs. ETF FTDs last quarter were 800 or 900 times their earlier spike in June. Significant ETF FTDs last quarter. We'll see if that repeats. Initially, ETF FTDs were not something that we were tracking until November 23rd. I did factor them into the price action in the MOASS Trilogy DD, though. So they are accounted for. We'll see the extent of them. Obviously, like, more exposure on GameStop means more GameStop FTDs. More exposure in ETFs means ETF FTDs. The ETF FTDs are a bit tricky, though, right? Because we'll see the ETF FTDs show up, but the question is how many of those FTDs are on GameStop itself, right? Like, they failed to deliver return shares to the ETF, but those ETFs are weighted. And so, you know, that ETF FTD price action can play out as we saw with, you know, BBBY and Nordstrom's, Macy's. That ETF FTD stuff can play out on multiple equities at once, not necessarily just GameStop. So it's a bit trickier to track, but we do know the dates it occurs because we know the dates where they fail. So we'll be looking at those dates for additional ETF FTDs. You said before that you would DRS 10% of your shares if DAV showed you his DRS position. Is that still the case given recent events, or have you changed your mind? Yeah, I'll still do it. I didn't say I would DRS 10% of my shares. I said I'd DRS some shares. You can quote me and go back and look at the clip. But yeah, I would DRS some if DFE did. Sure. I'm not gonna put that on him or like make that a thing though, because it's just silly, right? Like, this is just a silly statement. But my point being is that I don't expect DFE to say anything else, right? He shouldn't have to. He's done his bit. Please accept my daily tithe to our Lady View Up. I heard from SS that it is a requirement to donate, like one of those old coin app TVs. Am I doing this right? Thank you, GME Butt Stallion. Can you elaborate on the Delta spike a bit more? The post was taken down the last I looked. Oh, I have another link for it, Daniel, in the daily. But yeah, it's it represents a percent change in total market delta associated with a 5% increase in the underlying stock. So it means that the options market isn't valuing the underlying the same way that the market is. So like we're trading at 155, but the options market's saying we should be at like 200. And so it's just kind of another, I don't want to say arbitrage because it's not, but it can potentially be. Yep, I saw DOJ pursuing a broad probe into hedge fund short selling. If you could only afford one Feb call, what strike would you choose and why? If I could only buy one call, I would probably buy it as close to the money as possible because I could exercise it the earliest. If I could buy it in the money, I would, because I could exercise it even sooner. So you're gonna follow or what? When is there going to be proof they didn't roll? We already have the proof. There's no volume. You can't have DD that never has a point and it can be proven wrong. What? It does have a point. What are you talking about? The proof they didn't roll is the failure in volume moving into the roll date. When they've rolled, which has only been twice, significant volume into the roll date. Did you even read the fucking DD? You're arguing my DD with me, but I don't think you either read or understood it. So go back, read it again, and then present me with a decent argument at least. Grabbed 180 Feb calls for 2K this morning on the dip. Looking forward. Sorry. Looking forward to the next month, especially with Loopring saying they'll announce a new wallet on-ramp news in Q4. Awesome. Hmm. I sent you a roll calendar in the DM. They started rolling the S&P consumer discretionary futures. Nothing yet on the Russell 1K. Well, they can't roll it anymore, right, Turd? That's it. Yesterday was the last day to roll. Or can they roll up to expiry? I don't think so. Consumer discretionary. They began rolling it yesterday. Huh. Interesting. Still no volume on the Russell 1000 E-minis. Okay. The shill's coming after my future son-in-law. Just FYI, I have an old family curse handed down from Nana to Nana, and I'm not afraid to use it. So sleep with your eyes open. Kirk, love you. Keep up the awesome work. I have so much fun in this community. Thank you so much, Kirsten. Sir Dinkus. It's just a waste of my fucking time. You can CME has the roll data that you're so desperately looking for. My Ko-Fi didn't come up. I'll check it for you. Trader Joe's corporate sponsorship. We've been working hard to get you moved up in the sponsorship queue. The recent attacks on your work seem to have caused a Streisand effect and have gained the attention of leadership. Keep up the good work. We hope to have an official arrangement within 420 days. I don't know if I'll be here by then. You don't need to ever explain yourself. The DD is done. The options theory is correct. And now it's time to wait. Patience is what everyone lacks. No one gets rich overnight. I know. What is your price target for January realistically? Think carefully. If you are off by so much as $1, I will write a scathing post about you on Super Song. Thanks, Marble Brain. I don't know. I don't know what January could hit. A lot of that will depend on the price action leading into it. I can tell you that if we if to scale, if we track last January's price action, it's somewhere in like the 8 to $10,000 range. But I don't think we will. I mean, so many things are different now that using that as a predictor of price action is just stupid. You can use it as a predictor of movement, right? Because same cycle, but not. I wouldn't use it as like scaled predictor of price action. Hire Biden's ex top secret service guy. What? No. What are you talking about? I think your DD represents one of the best cases since DFEs. It has, as such, it's a big deal to hedge funds. Do you think they will continue to hedge going into upcoming exposure dates like they did in November? They can, right? But like, I mean, they hadn't been doing it before, but if they're going to start doing it now, it's fine, right? No Discord audio. There is. I'm looking at it right now. If you can't hear me, check your audio settings, Spork. I think Sears is just tax avoidance now. Possibly. Let's talk a penny tax on trades. In my humble opinion, it would allow for more natural price discovery and not hurt retail whatsoever. Was discussed in Jan Feb, but has been swept under the rug. I actually agree with the penny tax per trade. Um, I don't think it hurts retail at all. It really only affects high frequency traders and algorithmic trading systems, which probably shouldn't be participants in a fair market, at least. Kirk ties his shoes without bending his knees. Don't say that. Are all these people that are telling you what you should do with your own money actually registered financial advisors? I don't know. Ask them. Yeah, Discord audio should be working fine. If you can't hear me, there could be issues with Discord. I have no idea, but I'm not seeing any currently. If you can't hear me, make sure you check your audio settings. Try shutting it down, restarting it. I'm not a Discord customer service or IT specialist, so that's probably about as much help as I can offer. DFU was in his options for over a year. Yep, a lot of them. He bought more. Check DMs. Jesus Christ. That's fucking awesome. Dude, HNT is just I'm gonna buy more. You know what? Fuck it. At what price you think the liquidations will start? Um it's tough to say, right? Like we can assume based on their assets under management. So somewhere between I think we did the math on it previously. It's like somewhere between $1,000 and $4,000. It could potentially be sustained until, but the thing with that though is like many other positions would fail long before that, driving that price action up, right? Help me understand, after last January's action, why do you think there are any future contracts left to roll or cover? We have evidence of them in March, we have evidence of them in June, and we have evidence of the FTDs popping up when they fail to roll them in last September, last January, this September, and hopefully this January as well. So we have currently 5 data points that indicate that they still have exposure in the futures market. We have found some open swaps on GameStop. There are variance swaps open that contain GameStop um, that can be found. They have open interest. Well, you can't read the open interest, but you can see the contract. I think Turd could send me the Turd. You know what? I think I might have it in the Discord saved. Um, or maybe I don't. Archived. We have some. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Swaps. Do one of you guys have uh the uh the pictures of the swaps? Shit. I have some. Let me see if I think this is this is the replicating basket. Dan. What's your definitive expectation for 2022? So you're saying 810 isn't high en 8 to 10 isn't high enough? Wait, what do you mean, Dilly Dollarson? Over under 810K? Oh, 8 to 10 should be more than high enough to kick off MOASS. But that's only if you're looking at an exact repeat of last year's price action. GameStop not the same as it was last year. The fun thought that I keep having is that Kenny at the end of this will be responsible for letting a bunch of degens into the rich club. His stuffy old money peers will hate him for it. The market is not looking great. I'm okay with that. Citadel hires top Biden Secret Service agent David Cho will start January 3rd as deputy head of security. Okay. Does he have any previous experience in intelligence or something? Like that might indicate something. But, rich people hiring former Secret Service bodyguards is not specifically I don't know, it doesn't really interest me very much. Yeah, April 14th calls could return better profits, but the same can be said of anything further dated than February. I expect many Feb contracts to be in the money at that point, Pontus Umbra, and so the returns may still be very good. That's the replicating basket still, I think. Right? Yeah, this is just the replicating basket for writing a variance swap, Dan. I asked, but I don't know if he's awake. No Discord audio. Well, it's on. So if there's an issue, it's with Discord because it's telling me that it's not only on, but it's picking up my mic and everything. I don't know. It could be that one of their like regional servers is fucked up. More put contracts coming in still. Woo! Your shoes have velcros and light up when he Naruto runs. Did you get based from Supersonic? I read one comment that you were, and if so, for what? I don't think so. SS community should vote for a person to debate with you on air about options. That'd be fine. Discord voice chat? It's the live audio channel. The real Ken Griffin. Thank you so much. Welcome to Long Johnson's, man. I appreciate it. Which people have their own social media platform that the masses don't know about? Probably. Joe Rubberneck, thank you for coming to Cornichon, man. I appreciate it, both of you guys. What is the most important price point for institutional fund? Since their block orders or in the money calls will actually drive more price action. Is that price around 250? That seems to be our current upper resistance, yeah. But 225 is a pretty strong resistance as well. It's usually easy for them because there's not a lot of hedging to do from 250 to 300. Like these strikes are not popular. Like 260, 270, 280. These strikes generally have pretty low OI, so there's not a lot of hedging that occurs here. There's hedging for these contracts, right? And if these are sufficient to drive the price up to 300, where the next set of contracts really start to pick up some delta. But yeah, that 260, 270, 280 range, very light in options, as is like the 200 to 250 range, really. I think the difference here is that there's usually a lot of open contracts at like 220 to 225. And that kind of helps this range a little bit. But yeah, from 250 to 300, not a lot of open interest. So, if they're hedging a ramp up, then, the point at which the open interest drops off is a weak point. I guess if you're getting investigated by the DOJ, why not hit the ground running and just do what you can now? Well, they might not be being investigated just yet, right? And those investigations can take years. Century Ko-Fi. Oh, sorry. Cool Daddy. I had the Discord open because I was trying to see. I appreciate the knowledge you bestow upon us. I hope that I can and have done the same in a small part. That in mind, I hope to write an updated DD on HNT by the end of the year and would once again appreciate your feedback. Yeah, absolutely. Send it my way. I'll check it out. Visceral has made an official statement in Pigeon Whale chat. No more songs till mod. All of his songs have demonetized me. I sent you a Ko-Fi. I have experience with intelligence. Hey Dad, how do we expect the same system that shut down at 483 to let it run to 5 to 6 figures? Is OI picking up for January? Yeah, it is. A lot. $38 million worth of calls yesterday, the vast majority of which were for January. It wasn't former dude quit his job to go work for him. Okay. What's the difference between variance swaps and swaps used to hedge NAV exposure on creation baskets and ETFs? Usually the swaps that are used by ETFs to hedge NAV exposure are total return swaps. Those could also be having an effect on GameStop. We're just not sure. I think we only have 1 point of data showing a total return swap traded through Bloomberg for GameStop. And it doesn't give us the OI, so we have no idea how many swap contracts are in there. But we know there are contracts that exist. Dave Cho has been with the United States Secret Service for more than 25 years, the first Korean American as a special agent in charge of the service's Presidential Protective Division. Okay. We also have a lot to cover considering how hard they want to push it below 150. Do you think we're at a point where it's just too risky, expensive for them to push it lower? We could be nearing a point like that, yeah. I mean, we have a floor, right? Like they start to push it lower than this, and it starts to get risky for them. They risk spiking implied volatility. If people move into GameStop, they very carefully identify areas where GameStop has low volume historically, like price points at which not a lot of volume is traded, and those are the price points where we kind of trade sideways and drift, right, while they crush IV. like the 200 to 210 range, the 210 to 220 range. Actually, 200 to 220. That range is pretty dead as far as volume is concerned. The 180 to 190 range and the like 162 to 180 range, like which is basically most of these ranges. So like at 200, we generally trade a lot of volume. Uh, Below 162, there's a ton of like historic volume. And so this is kind of like, this is really the lowest they can get it without peaking by interest. I got the Ko-Fi's. Cool daddy, I'm sorry. Where did my headphones go? Oh. Wetzel's Pretzels up bigly. Thank you, Danimals Drinkable Bulgur. How many did I miss? More Ko-Fi's? No. Thanks to them dropping out about 40 Feb 200 Cs. Nice, dude. That's a solid position. So 160, 210. No, it's the channels between those price points. So we see surges of volume at the price point on the breakouts. But yeah, the channels in between. So between like 202.50 and 207.50, very low volume, right? But 210 volume picks up into like 213ish, and then it starts to decline again, and then it doesn't really pick up again till after 225. After 225, historically, volume picks up a lot, um, and that's what's helped our push up to like 300 in the past. Volume dropping off at around $300. So 250 to 300, historically very high volume. Um, but that's also weighted, right? And it deals with past price action, which is not a good forward predictor. Kofi still waiting about December run up. What? Okay, I just assume you guys are fucking with me. On a scale from 1 to 10, how good of a deal did I just get on my Feb 200Cs for 15.30 each? They're very cheap right now. Variant swap info on the Discord. Oh, cool. I have a lot. Need to be more specific. Here is one of the swaps from Morgan Stanley Capital Service. Um, okay. What do the red and green little lines on your screen mean? What? The candles? What do you think about the SS drama about you as of late? I think it's bullshit and unfounded, based on speculative statements about me, misquoting of information. Um, it's nonsense. Okay, I'm gonna take the swap down. I'm trying to dig up the Bloomberg single stock future one. December run up the week of Christmas expected to be impacted by the holiday. All like the previous run up was a Thanksgiving. It shouldn't be. FINRA has no deferment for the December 17th settlement date. So I don't know. I don't expect to see a deferment available to them to push that price action out. For some reason, November 19th did. I assume because the holiday fell on a Thursday in November and a Friday in December. But I'm not really sure. Are we supposed to see that window? I mean, yes. Could you not see it? I don't know. I can load it again. I guess I can make it bigger. This is one of the variant swaps that was found um, for GameStop. How do you get that info? That one came from Some rando found. Okay. That's from Morgan Stanley, who is um here's a fun fact about Morgan Stanley. They are Melvin Capital's prime as well. What medical procedure? Can you explain the history of the market from bartering to where we are now, and where do you think we'll go in the next 50 years? Please only use sports metaphors. I mean, they could push us lower, potentially. I mean, if they really wanted to slam it right now, they could try, but the problem with doing that is it generally uh, increases volatility a lot. Photosynthesis, 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 photosynthesis. What? Do you have a price prediction for the next run up, or is it still too? It's still too far out. I have to see where we're trading going into it. If no pump in January, do you say the cycle theory is debunked or just deferred again? Oh, it would be debunked if we didn't see any price movement into January. Yeah, that would mean that there is no anomaly and thus no FTDs or exposure for January leaps. I don't see how that doesn't happen as those contracts are already purchased and those FTDs as of yesterday have already failed. So, but sure, Stever. What are your thoughts on holding shares in brokerages that don't allow investors to DRS their GME shares? There was a post up on SS about eToro in particular, but do you think there is valid concern? I mean, first check your country's regulations. Some countries, your shares are not registered in the street name of your broker. Not all of European countries, but some European countries, your shares are already registered in your name. And so you don't really need to be concerned about that. I'm not sure about eToro. I haven't heard good things about them, Kiki. But your option would be to I actually don't know what's the best way for Europeans to DRS if that's something they want to do. I'm not really concerned about brokerages going belly up, but if that is a concern that you have, you can look into whatever options are available to people on eToro. Or what strike would you buy if you want a contract you expect to exercise? I mean, I don't really expect to exercise the out of the money contracts. I mean, if I can, I will, but I don't expect to exercise them. So nearer the money contracts, like 200 to 200 to 220 is really my price range for contracts I expect to exercise. So we're trading at 150 now, so I guess anything 160 to 220 would be a good range for strikes if you plan to exercise them, because that falls within previous price action for them to double and for you to be able to cashless exercise the full value of the contract. Any thoughts on that GME Delta sensitivity spike? I'm bullish as fuck, right? It's bigger than last year's. It's right on time. Um, I think it just adds a lot of credence to the theory I've been proposing. Chase, I think this dip has the potential to go to 138. Thoughts? It's it's possible. Um, I think I draw our low floor yesterday, and we have like a horizontal here, maybe 138. I would say 140 ish. Like, I mean, we could volatility spike further down than that, but I think that would be like the volume traded floor would be around 140 ish. And if we get that low, like I'm gonna be buying, more positions, I think. SPY continuing to slip, making me some of my money back, but not all. Can you explain the delta spike? Yella does in her DD, which is linked in mine above. Gibson. I've kind of went over it earlier today already a couple times, so if you want to check that out yourself or rewind the stream, but I'm not sure at what time it happened. I love how that Gamma post is getting massive upvotes on stock, and yet some people are still attacking options. They, I don't know. I got nothing for that. I just want you to know how much I appreciate your infotainment, all the negativity around here on Reddit yesterday. I'm glad you're made of Teflon. One question: when 950s exercise? That'd be amazing. Should have got 10 SPY contracts. Yeah. I think they filled. Cool. So I'm out of the SPY now. It's still got a little more room to the downside, but this resistance has proven moderately strong in the past. Is this a good time to buy a Feb 510C? If you're playing volatility, yeah, probably not too terrible. I thought I was throwing money away when I bought December 13th 465s. Did you puts? Did you buy puts, Dr. K? All right, whose turn is it to post the "You Are Here" VW squeeze chart to Reddit? What does OLP stand for in regards to the functioning of a synthetic ETF? Chart in your book 1 DD. Google has failed me. Chart 1 in Book of MOASS. Hold on, let me just see what you're looking at. Are you talking about OBV? Super serial? In regards to the functioning of a synthetic ETF, chart 1 in book. Okay, I'm looking at book 1, but chart 1 is a on balance volume indicator. After run out for a few rounds, can you please wait to do the Scooby Doo reveal of removing your face mask to show us you're really Ken Griffin until I'm back? Sure. Hey, Gherk, can you read this comment and say, so I can bait clip and post on SS? No. I'm out of SPY puts for the 25% gain, in for 180, out for 245. What is that math? Math is not my game. So you made 25%? $73 profit? Or wait, no. $65 profit? 73%? We're like 73.4, right? Oh, okay. I see which one he's talking about. Yeah, official liquidity providers. Market makers. If you plan to exercise, would Febs be the way to go, or will Jans be good enough? I think if you plan to exercise, February's are the way to go. Can you explain why Feb 510s are at 5.5%? IV spike? Woo! Breaking down below 150. Who wants to buy shares at TFV's last cost basis? Everything SPY end of day dump. This is fucking wild. I'm stoked. I think I'm gonna buy some. This is just like too good. A little bit more. I'm gonna make it 3 shares instead of 2. Feels like the last dip before MOASS. It does. Ooh. You know what I didn't check today? CVV up. It's picking up. Interesting. God, I want them to slam it so bad. Just smash it into the fucking floor. Eight to 1 buy to sell ratio on Fidelity. Based on your cycle theory, when do you expect to turn around? We could start turning around as soon as Monday. We could start trading up as soon as Monday into Friday. This is providing they start covering exposure with, peaks Monday, Tuesday of the following week, maybe Wednesday. if you repeat last year's price action, which I can show you guys because I have it. 1 second. Get out of here, indicator. This needs to be. Hold on 1 sec. So let's look at this. Nope, why is it not coming up? Hold on. What the fuck? There we go. So this was last year's price action overlaid. I think we look good. I could change this to high-low for the day. I think that might be better. High-low. And then, the rest of that played out over the remainder of the cycle. But yeah, this is where we're at now. So yeah, it looks like this would be Monday, Tuesday. And it looks like it really started turning around last year on Wednesday. And then kind of just straight up into the exposure. And then we dipped. Probably clip that too. Boom, boom, boom. Got some more at 150. Equal parts in honor of you and DFV. Grateful for all you do for the first streams today. First stream to today. Haters gonna hate. Pickles gonna nada. Stay strong. Thank you so much. Who's coughing now? I appreciate it, man. Cat taking it pretty hard. It's fine. I took some. Did I take some profits yesterday at a cat? I think I did. Let me see. What did we hit? 205? I should have. Oh, I got some this morning. So I filled this morning. I still have 10 contracts left though. I'm not concerned. My calls are for January, so and I've already taken my cost basis and profits twice, so I'm not super worried about it. I hope it drops back below 200 again so I can buy more. Like, it's such an easy play. Do you think this price action is mostly the market tank due to inflation numbers? That's what it seems to me. I mean, GameStop should be moving inverse to inflation numbers, right? Because they're a retailer. It looks like they've already priced in a lot of their inventories, so an increase in inflation shouldn't hurt them. They can price that in. We're only allowed to watch the stream if we pay you first. Here's my last $10. Thank you, Tim Timmery. Is it still blowing up over there? I can tell by like the upvote percentage that people are still very angry about I'm not sure what. Well, 45% of people are very angry, which is not the majority. No epic pen? I'll make it broader so you can you see that? Oh, there's just no epic pen. Never mind. Discord audio. Yeah, Discord's having some sort of audio issues today. I can't do anything about it. I think you should bring one on the stream so you can see who's right all along. Back to the 140s. Yeah, but his puts still haven't printed. Shorty's really doing their all-out push on our stonks. It really does look that way. But Feb 165s. Nice, Chester. Oh, okay. I'll just get rid of the clip. Uh... I guess I'll go back over that for those that are interested. Sorry, the Epic Pen wasn't working. Okay, so this is us today. Um, it looks like tomorrow and the following day are a bit down as well. Oh, these are. I always forget this doesn't align properly. Let me use the lines in on TradingView. So yeah, starting tomorrow through the exposure, right? We have a pretty solid uptrend, with some volatility playing out in the T+2 from that exposure. Probably out into our first FTD date, which is here, on December 27th. And then, declining price action through this window, until we start to approach like our ETF FTDs out here. So this period through here will be the next best entry opportunity. And that goes for shares and options. Right? But I do think that we may not see prices this low again. So this may be the last opportunity to ever buy GameStop at 148 or 150. Yella's Delta spike is already indicating that there's probably some pretty significant exposure moving into these dates. We know they've already failed to roll, right? No roll. failure. That's a little offset, but wow, that's way off. Is it up here? There we go. Fail. So price action going down during this period is what indicates a fail. This and low volume. Had we gone the other way, as specifically described in the DD for that one guy who was bitching, this would have indicated a roll. High volume and increased price action as the underlying was purchased. So everything was lining up to repeat last year, and it looks good. Don't miss this sale. I guess that's the most important thing here. Is this still a legal market mechanic? This level of shortage doesn't seem to be playing within the intended flexibility MMs were granted. It's not just market makers, right? Anybody can short through ETFs. You don't need to be a market maker. Any broker dealer. Oh yeah, I will clip that. Sorry. Just make your circles bigger. That's what I was trying to do. Just bought 31 on sale. Thanks, Kenny. Stop buying cheap shit options. Guys, or don't. I guess I don't care, but I warn you. Caution. That buying broke dick cheap options, A, does not help the squeeze, and B, will not benefit you well. Like you're not going to see a good movement, as good a movement on a December 31st as you would a January 21st. Even on an offset strike, because you're going to have a lot of theta decay between now and the 22nd if you're picking those up today. That's something you have to consider. It's going to affect your profits. There is a reason the dates I outlined were outlined, because they are the better dates to buy contracts for, and that is for December movement, January, and for January movement, February or later. February is the cheapest window, the cheapest current open option contract that captures all of the movement, but later ones are even better. Right? February's are just what's needed. Buying December 17th does jack shit probably. December 31st will lose too much theta by the time it runs on December 23rd. So, I mean, at that point, you might as well be buying weeklies. The point of the January contracts is that if nothing happens in this December run, you can still sell them for money. They'll still have value. That way you don't lose your money. You have to mitigate your risk. Don't tell me what to do, Dad. God damn. Fuck all of you and your 510 bullshit. What are your thoughts on entering debit spreads for longer term options on GME? Could help for cheaper entries. That's an option. Not one I'm going to outline. Most people don't have margin accounts. Most people don't understand options well enough for that to work for them. But yes, that is an option. I'm writing a bunch of naked puts right now. So as long as GameStop doesn't go down significantly from the current price, I'll be okay. Otherwise, I will be buying a lot of GameStop. So, and probably also losing a bunch of money. But yeah, this is not stuff that we present to the public because it just incentivizes, gambling behavior, and that's not what we're about, right? I don't think. I don't know. This down movement is due to operational shorts, so we see the bulk of that backlash on Monday or Tuesday due to T+2. Yes. Bought three December 31st 380s. Take that. I'm not the one losing money. I don't feel bad about it. Sir, this is a casino. No, it should have better odds than a casino. We know the shillies say you're only allowed to sell covered calls because that helps their shilling. Please don't tell us about your selling of puts. Carl, fuck you. Is that what people think? I love it. I've sold covered calls on January, but I haven't sold one since March on GME. That's up to you, man. No, Lawrence of Arabia. My puts are not secured with cash. They are naked. Naked, vulnerable puts. I did not secure them with cash. Which, today's downward price action is not making me feel very happy about. They think you won't DRS because you won't have shares to sell CCs and day trade with? LOL. That's fucking retarded. I mean, you have to remember the people pushing this can't even describe the way in which their thesis works. So, I mean, it's just who cares? Ask any of them about DRS or how it catalyzes MOASS, and they will have no answer, guaranteed. They'll just say, "Look at the DD, read the DD," but they don't know themselves. If I wanted to buy a single option, is there a particular IV I should wait for in regards to the strikes you like? Mm, I mean, IV's decently low right now. It's not the best, but it's fine. And where IV is lacking, you're saving a shitload of money in Delta, right? Because the price is so low. So yeah, I wouldn't. This is just a phenomenal opportunity to buy. If the price continues to decline, better and better opportunities will present themselves. I think people just get pissy when the price is down. They do. After being on the channel listening every day, I have to now bid you adieu, as the anti-pickle post on SS is unequivocal evidence of your chivalry. Thank you, Bob Smith. Who the fuck is Jordan Peterson? I don't know people. Don't don't throw your people laden analogies at me. Options, smoptions. Can you please just talk about the most important of Trader Joe's ice cream sandwiches catalyzing Jacques Tatas? I can hardly hear. Trader Joe's ice cream sandwiches are my favorite ice cream novelty. They're phenomenal. The cookie is moist and delicious. The ice cream is vanilla. And that's all it needs. I really kind of wish they didn't dip it in chocolate chips, but I've learned to love it. Don't ask that question. You don't want to get into who Jordan Peterson is. Maybe not. Jordan Peterson, a right-wing self-help shill. How dare you, Sahib? I don't believe people can help themselves. He went on an all meat diet and almost died. Can you run through the pros and cons of buying one option at a lower strike or multiple options for the same cost basis? Look at Febs and playing for capital, not exercise. I mean, if you're playing for capital and not exercise, then you'd want to be looking like out of the money anyway, right? The pros cons of buying, I mean, it's the same, right? If you're averaging down at a lower strike, like you're reducing risk. If you're averaging up, you're increasing it, but increasing profit potential, right? New name, Gherk Shill. I haven't seen any Oreo wine. If this is actual financial advice, I would not have again bought at a peak like I just did. We have Trader Jose's ice cream tacos, the driest ice cream you'll ever partake, dipped in tofu too. Thank you, Seacraft. I appreciate that, man. Oh, Jesus. What an insulting comparison, Sahib. You prick. According to Bloomberg, the DOJ is conducting a criminal probe into hedge fund short selling practices. Yep, we are aware. At what price can I cashless exercise one of my 220s? Use optionstrat.com and figure that out. Moist. Call spreads around 300C and 121 are cheap as fuck right now, and the options estimator has them make bank even at 180 by early January. Nice. Rashers versus Canadian bacon. Rashers. Is that like the British bacon? Rashers. I have an interesting investment opportunity for you. How can I put you in some AMC today? No thanks. Hmm. Will you wear your BlackRock hat Monday? It's being cleaned. Superstock is calling you Warden 2.0. I'm offended. You should be Warden. I know you did, Sahib. I'm just fucking with you. When do you think the Delta spike you linked will actually push the price? December or January? Both? As it did last year? It's funny how Esses complain they're trying to tell people not to do something, yet they scream half force people to DRS. Thank you, Mr. Vojvoda. I know. I have mostly engaged on. I've been mostly engaged on stock twits since 2016. Survived incredible AMD FUD. I remember that. This is the heaviest FUD storm I've seen against GME on stock twits. The end game. Stop making charts and selling hopium. I don't make these. You know that, right? These are displayed from a computer program. I love the idea that people are like, this is TA. This is a chart, you dumb fuck. It's a data set. The lines are the TA. How many burdens have you assimilated into the hive mind that is Garrick? I wonder if Warden watches the stream. What's up, dude? I would call it research projects I'm doing on the GME saga. Do you mind if I use some of your clips? No. You don't even make the charts yourself? Unliked, unsubbed, and unwatched. What does it mean that when Citadel is short volatility? They make money when the stock moves up sideways and losing the stock spikes quickly up down. That's what being short yeah, they would, if they're short volatility, they make money when IV is low and lose money when IV spikes. I still don't understand how DRS helps when stock blows up to the positive. The only times I hear about it being useful is when the stock plummets. Alpha Bear, so DRS helps by tying up liquidity on exposure and price movement. They need liquidity to hedge, right? They're the DMM. They write contracts, and so to hedge those contracts, they need liquidity in the underlying in order to facilitate a delta hedge. And without that liquidity, They can't hedge that contract. And yeah, people will tell you they can hedge with another contract, but that contract has to be hedged, right? So without liquidity in the underlying, you can't hedge the options chain. And when shares are in the highest demand for hedging, having some of those shares locked up magnifies the effect because they can't get them. Daniel Rock, stop making Dan power and selling hopium. Been out with a newborn, just stopping by to say hi. What's up, man? Would now be a good time to average down. I have a 950 for Jan, but I bought in way early, down pretty bad. Do you think it'll still run later this month? Late to the stream work. I do. I do think it's going to run later this month. I've been picking up some more January 950 contracts for that IV spike over the last few days. I think I picked up one this morning, but I'm not sure. Warden just tweeted that he wants to co-host. I'm not even joking. Are you fucking serious? No, he deleted all his like social media shit, right? Didn't the Bat Dudes ceiling box have charts as well? That makes it TA, not DD. That wasn't anything. That was a weird Monday. Having to explain that it was meaningless to a lot of people. I'm sorry. People are accusing me of like selling hopium, but I've done nothing but try to crush it since I started doing this. Warden actually tweeted to co-host. No fucking way. That's too funny. Oh yeah, that's what I need now. That would really fucking piss people off. I'm good, Sykes. Could you explain in a bit more detail how volume helps the DTCC push FTDs through the obligation warehouse? You mentioned this yesterday when talking about not day trading GME. It's kind of long to go over. I would refer you to our Dr. Gingerball's T plus 69 DD. And if you are so daring, Gafgarian's DD on the FTD squeeze and continuous net settlement. It just makes you want to do it even more now, doesn't it? It kind of does. Of your previous. Oh, thank you, Carl, for posting a link to the T plus 69 DD. Does anybody have a link to the FTD squeeze DD by any chance? It's a bit bearish, I warn you guys, but there's some very good information in it. Man, if they think you're a shill, imagine what people would think of a gap stream. Richard Laporte, hey bro, you're cool as fuck. Thanks for answering my questions. Most YouTubers you gotta pay before they respond. Much appreciated. Oh, thank you so much, Richard. Oh, I appreciate that, man. Took your recommendation on a carbon steel pan, picked up two DeBuyer, have a stainless steel feel like this is an upgrade. Thank you for the info. Absolutely, big stick. Yeah, I love carbon steel pans much more than stainless. I think some really high end stainless pans have better heat retention, so they're better for cooking on low heat. But you know, for just like a non-stick skillet, carbon steel is light. It's non-stick. It's as easy to take care of as cast iron. It's fantastic. Thanks for the distraction, man. What indicators do you use for your option strats? My YouTube is low quality resolution. You can change that, Brock. What indicators do I use for my option strats? Uh, can you be a little more specific? Like, are you just talking about like what indicators do I use for trading? Fidelity up to 9.5 to 1 buy sell ratio. But one of the big draws to DRS is to have it in your name in case of something going to court. How could a stock going up lead to it going to court? That's what I meant, good pickle, sir. Oh, Alpha Bear. I mean, uh, although I think it's highly unlikely, there is potential that something could like if there was a delisting or something like that, or uh, some sort of regulatory interference, then we could see this turn into like a court case. Um, so it's a possibility. I do think it's unlikely. GameStop is a index traded equity. It's in the Russell 1000. It's in the S&P 400. I don't think it's going to get delisted for any logical reason. And yeah, I mean, potentially if there were to be a lawsuit, but I don't think there's any evidence of one of those lawsuits ever really settling, right? For any, I mean, I think the diamond fucking squeeze thing from that super corrupt company was an example, but I think if you look into that, like I don't believe any of it's ever been settled out or anybody's ever been paid out. So I don't really think it's a good example or a good reason. I mean, I can sue my brokerage, right, and probably get a much faster settlement if they're loaning my shares out or owning synthetic shares in my name, right? If I've specifically told my brokerage to not lend my shares and they're lending them without my permission, that is a breach of their fiduciary duty. Um, it's a big risk. What is your favorite donut? That's a tough one. I don't know. I had a champagne donut. Sorry, I'm trying to get my water. Mm, not that long ago, it was really good. If you and Warden co-host petition to change the stream name to Between Two Shills. Real talk, I recently lost my job and I've been feeling lost these couple months. GME could literally save me if it shoots next month. That's awesome, dude. I wish you the best, man. DOG starts investigating for short selling. Yep. I'm leaving the Pickle Financial Group to join Warden's TA Warriors. It's $99.99 a month, but he will spit in your face and offer a swim play that he has the right to front run you. Oh boy. Why is the FTD squeeze and continuous net settlement DD bearish? And do you agree with the sentiment? I mean, it's bearish in the indication that, it says that, this is not something that's going to occur again as far as January is concerned. I don't agree with all of it, right? Obviously. But I do factor in his thesis on these FTD pileups and the continuous net settlement. When I try to look at my own work, I may not do it precisely, but I do try to consider it, because some of the data there is correct, even though the DD ultimately states that there is no MOASS, right? But that's one take, right? Like, I obviously, if I 100% agreed with Gaff on his thesis, I wouldn't still be here doing this. I'm sorry I called Vanguard and they said they could lend your shares. I told them you were my registered fiduciary and I was yours. A symbolic fiduciary companionship that my wife doesn't get. When you say out of the money, are we talking like 250, 300, or higher? I can't decide whether to buy one 250 or multiple higher strikes. If the higher your strike, the more risk, right, Callum? As bullish as you feel today, remember that those higher strikes do represent more risk. Just because it looks good right now doesn't mean it's going to play out to the same extent that last January did. Does YouTube give you any interesting insight into your audience? Which video is the most popular? I'm not sure. Not really. I don't know. I don't mess around with the analytics data very much. How high has Ivy gotten previously? It looks like a 510C for Fed purchase now. It has to hit a price of 380 and 250% IV to make any money at all. Is it worth illustrating this to the group? What? That's definitely not correct. Hold on. Uh, 510 Feb 180. Feb 510. I mean, on a test of 200, if you bought a 510 now and we tested 200 by December 31st, it would be worth, you would make $240 profit, without a significant spike in IV. Say IV goes up 40%, which is usually what these runs do on average. And we test 225, that contract will, by by say let's say December 23rd, the next expected run, that contract would see profits of $2,100. So I'm not sure what you mean. At 380, if we were to hit 380 and 250% implied volatility in January, that contract would profit $5,400. Maybe you're just maybe you're using the calculator wrong. Please remember to say a few things about BlackRock every now and then, and start with a "and now something interesting about our sponsor." So yeah, this contract's very valuable and cheap right now as well. If we see significant upward movement, pretty much any out of the money contract, far dated on GameStop, is going to see price improvement on an upward movement, especially above $200. And with basically any spike in IV from our current trading price, this is a very profitable entry right now. Who's the one person on SS who annoys you the most? I don't know. I don't really pay attention to them too much. I would say that the ones that like make false statements about me are the most irritating, or like intentionally misquote me to further their own agenda. SS has been going downhill since the pink cat fiasco. Maybe time to make a new subreddit called Gherk with me. I'm just gonna call it Gherk me, GME. It was foretold in the prophecy that Wood would return when GME approached 140. Remember a few weeks ago when the low strike was 250? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Does theta decay essentially not matter when you're break even for an options contract on any day? Yeah, the further your contract goes into the money, the less theta decay matters. You can see that here on the options chain, right? Like if we look, not at puts, but at calls. Well, not a lot open to the downside this week. That's weird. Why the fuck is it hedge? Why do they have contracts going? But you can only buy calls down to 100? How far do the puts go down? Puts only go down to 100? What the fuck? I should have looked at weeklies more this week. That's fucking weird. I mean, I guess we can't really go below 100. At least not much. Let's see. If you look at the theta values for calls, I'll just look at a better date that has more. So say we're looking at January. See, the further you get out of the money, or further you get in the money, the theta decay drops off. So like here, at the money, it's like negative 0.2088. And then, down here at 2.5, it's 0, right? And then as you approach expiry, the theta decay increases. Remember if, the fuck do they hedge volatility with strikes only down? I mean, I guess they can hedge them with January, but still. What's the lowest strike you would consider buying for Feb? Not financial advice. I I have some 180s that I already picked up this morning. Hacksaw. So currently Feb, I have strikes from now 180 through 350. Same for January. Although maybe I'll pick up some Jan 160s today. Especially if we near the end of the day lower. Just FYI, you'd have more likes if every day you emerged onto the screen in a cloud of vape smoke like a vampire. If you're such a money grabbing YouTube shill, how could you possibly not be live streaming your analytics? How many pigeon whales does YouTube say there are? Let's see. YouTube says there are 27, but then Discord says there are 34. I don't feel like any of those numbers are accurate. I think there's more than that. Oh, maybe Discord's only showing me ones currently online. I don't know how to find the count, like the total count. But I think YouTube only counts like that month and number of renewed or something like that. I haven't gotten paid for a pigeon whale yet. Or no, did I? No. Later this month, I think. My YouTube payments are seriously fucking delayed. There's the 7 pigeon whales that FTD'd. That's true. Wow, PiFi making 4K a month, stealing my money. I make more than 4K a month, I think, now. I think the YouTube now is like 6 or 7. I think November was like 7, like 7,100 something. Are there derivative products based on pigeon whale memberships? No. But we could make one. Thanks, Trash. I appreciate it. Isn't that like rent in New York City? It's more than my rent. My rent at this place is 42, so it's like pays the rent. DOJ is now investigating hedge fund short sellers. Yep. Thank you, HD. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean the stream's growing. There's more viewership, so ad revenue went up last month. Ad revenue now almost like $34 a day. Um, so that's super sweet. YouTube Premium revenue goes up, which I think last month was like $415. I'm not going to see that money until like next year, but ad blocker here. Hi, hi. You're more than welcome to be on here. If you guys want to turn on an ad blocker, I don't give a shit. I don't like manually play ads during the stream. So if YouTube's doing that, it's not me. Will membership prices increase with inflation? Not yet. Not until this is a beauty channel. And then we will strictly follow economic trends. What happened to that 20K a month? I think what they're referencing is my Ko-Fi donations, which are more than 24,000. They're like, I think my total Ko-Fi donations are like $34,000 since I started doing this. Missed my Ko-Fi. Sorry. Dude, you've been the most solid financial streamer. My YouTube stream was polluted with a bunch of twat waffles, spewing lukewarm turd juice, and now it's filled with pickle recipes and you. Here's my appreciation. I'm sure this will buy a lot of dumpster beef. Godspeed. Grizz, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, no problem, cool daddy. What they failed to recognize on SS is 3K of that was from the perm back in June. Someone on Superstock has been stocking Pickles revenue and he calculated 34K from Ko-Fi. That's about accurate. I mean, there's fees from PayPal that don't factor into that and like taxes, obviously, but some's better than nothing. I mean, I do this fucking 24/7 basically. We gotta bump the numbers up. Chicken Tender Daddy, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. It's my total YouTube earnings are I did do the math on this, are like between Ko-Fi and YouTube are 43% of the profits I've made on Caterpillar in the last 2 months. So, you know, it's cool, but it's definitely not my job. Well, at least not my primary source of income. How dare you accept this for your time? Thank you, Still Not Fooled. Thanks, Grizz. Grizz Murgatroyd. How much apple you got from WeBull? This is my second apple from WeBull. Wait, Ko-Fi isn't considered a gift? I don't know. This is the first year I've ever done this. Right? I have to ask my accountant. I haven't told him about the stream yet. He's going to be very angry with me. Please check out Jan 2020 2023 $95 call seems like institution buy in the 1 minute chart. Stop taking my money. Thank you. Let's see. All right. What do we got? Yeah, January 2023 $90 call, 2.6 million. January 2023 $95 call, 2.5 million. Those are definitely institutional buys. As are the December 17th 100s. Some of those Jan 300s sold off today, but OI is still 72,000. Lots 1.4 million in the money puts today. Puts are falling off a bit today. Um, Yesterday they were about even. Yeah, oh here. Oh, boop. Um, we got some Feb 18 200s that came in about 800,000. Feb 18 150s about 600,000. I'm not sure if those were bought or sold though. Those might be sold to buy nearer term options. So sometimes people sell in the money covered calls far out and use that capital gain to buy nearer term option contracts, like the credit. So, but yeah, a little better today for the options. I think we'll see a little uptrend into close. Looks like we're starting to turn around now, moving up towards VWAP. Wait, you're telling me that the disclaimer of your YouTube being monetized that you put in every daily post is accurate? No way. I put it in all my posts, not just my dailies. Unfortunately, some of the DD I do is on here, right? And I don't want to not share that with the people who don't want to watch the channel. And so I felt like advising them to, ad block so I don't get monetized from their viewership was the best way to do that. $34,020, you awful but adorable creature. No idea why we still hang around. Here because SS says you ain't no good, but neither am I, so I'm in good company. Thank you, that Dan. I appreciate it, man. It's not SS. It's some people on Super Stonk, right? Don't fucking blame the whole sub for the actions of what is really a very few, small subset. Like all of those discussions are catalyzed by like the same like 10, 12 people. They're the ones commenting, they're the ones making the most noise, but really it's just not that many people interested. What site was that? Shiftsearch.com. It's an options tracker. It's got a 15-minute delay, but it's free. So it's a good tool. You can utilize it. I watched the ad. I'm telling Super Stonk you monetized me. Spy's starting to come back up. Sorry, Gurk. I started the anti-Gurk campaign so I could have you all to myself. That's fair. I understand. Soy Jack, dude's obsessed with Gurk. Who? Some people might call me a capitalist for saying this, but I think it's okay for you to make money. Me too. I don't ask anyone for anything. I don't demand it in any way. I have a paywall on the private Discord, but that's not even for GameStop. And it's mostly just to reduce noise. Most of that shit gets talked about on the stream the next day, if anything's missed, or in the general chats, because people are like, it's not like people are confidential with it or anything, and it's not like some bullshit like I'm going to teach you to day trade course. It's just a forum. No one has to participate in it. It's not like warrior trading where he's like, pay me $1,000 and I'll teach you to day trade in a month. You'll never have to work again. This is horseshit. Since everyone is calling you a shill anyway, can we have a merch store now? I have to ask the Reddit mods if I can promote it on there first because, I make so much money off of Reddit. Oh, also apparently I make money on Discord. I didn't know you could monetize a Discord, but if someone could tell me how to do that, that'd be great. This donation is to help you cover the taxes for all these donos, even though this also adds to the tax burden because stream donations are taxed. This is financial advice, like information from your registered stream card. fiduciary that knows some things about streaming income. Oh, thank you so much, Fluffiosa. I appreciate that. Take a look at CVS. Are my positions going up? No. Oh, they are. CVS doing big ups. Ah, I should have bought more. Son of a bitch. Oh well. Yeah, sometimes Burry's right. Maybe I could still buy some more. Probably toss out those disclaimers and how again, Carl. How to lose money on weeklies. Don't tell SS about the pictures of your feet you sent me for donations. Shh. We know BlackRock doesn't pay very well, so take my money. Also, can you put up Raving Pickle? Also, the Dans are awesome. Oh boy. Who's become a Dan? Who was it? How long did you spend paper trading before you jumped into it full time? About 3 years. I would have probably jumped in sooner, but I don't know. I felt like I didn't have enough money saved up. I was still worried. I had a good job, so it wasn't like, and it was not hard. So it wasn't like I really wanted to quit. I I don't know. I kind of reached a point where I had to choose between one or the other, and I chose this. Real talk though, we're pulling you, a day trader, away from the spiciest bull market ever. Your channel takes up all your time. To be honest, this channel was a poor financial decision on your part. I mean, I planned for it, right? Like I planned for it to be not profitable. And I figure I had enough time to ride this thing out. It's gone on far longer than I thought it would have. I definitely expected us to kind of take off in June. Unfortunately, the board had other plans, but time heals all wounds. Thanks, 1337 Gaming. Sorry, second breakfast. Should probably be more clear. Our super stonk. I'll help you monetize Discord if you make a partner and post such on Reddit so I can be a hated celebrity and make the shills cry more. Thanks, Peter Dragon. Thanks, man. Can you explain how rainbows are made? Is it refraction of light across the color spectrum on water vapor? I might not be right about that. Brew is able to get a share recall. Does retail have any chance at this? You could try. I mean, I don't know why anybody hasn't just like started a petition, like a change.org thing. People probably have. Maybe they just never picked up steam. Do you like the December 23rd strike for upcoming run? No. For weeklies, yeah, but they're very risky. You mentioned something earlier about a bearish thesis, and someone was saying the FTD pileup wasn't happening. What was that about? That's not that the FTD pileup wasn't happening. It's just that the The DD itself is bearish on the idea of a MOASS, um, but it's a well researched and put together DD. So even though it may not agree with my sentiment on GameStop, it's worth a read. And that's Gafgarian's or Grafgarian's DD. I think it's called the FTD squeeze. I'm not sure where it would be on Reddit anymore. I think he got banned from Supersong. I'm not sure. Is there enough volume on CVS to do TA? Yeah, you could. I think it's breaking out of its ascending channel. Am I out of the SPY? I am. Is Spotify going to come back to life? Maybe not. Oh, it's trying. It's very cute. What's it looking like on the daily? Oh, wait, no. Daily. Um. Hmm. Interesting. I wonder if I'm in this too early. SPY still trying to break 469 again. Where can I find that CNSDD? I like to read both sides of the fence. Is this the FTD thing? No, that's not it, Carl. I don't think. No. I don't have a link to his DD right now. Oreo wine? What the fuck? Good clip, good content. Thank you, Kyle. I think it will go down before the next cycle starts. It may not. Even though IV is kind of high, price is very low. That's something you have to factor in. You can't just look at IV as your only evaluation of an option contract's price. So sure, IV might be lower, but we might be trading at 200, right? So, intrinsic and extrinsic value could be higher, and the option may still just cost as much. What do you estimate FTDs will be when they are released on the 15th? Oh, I have no idea. Also, is it possible to go on Reg Show before the data is released? Yes, I believe so. I think Reg Show updates at the end of every day. I know I just missed a Ko-Fi, sorry. I agree with you and thought this would have been over in June. GameStop putting more shares out hit retail hard. Thoughts on if the board put a hold on themselves on MOASS to get GameStop ahead of the curve money-wise before MOASS happens? It's possible. It was a smart move either way. They needed money. They took advantage of the increased price. They didn't do it to an effect that was super damaging. It was a very small share offering, 8.5 million total shares. I mean, you compare that to like AMC, which is, doubled and then doubled its float basically again, right? So, I think they took as little as they could to necessitate forward moving, like forward growth investments. And that was fine. It sucked that we didn't, skyrocket then. We had, interestingly, June is also a index and ETF leap period. So the exposure was there. We could have run really hard. But yeah, unfortunately, the share offering occurred. And even with that share offering on that exposure date, we were still up. It was like the only day that we were up through that whole window. This speculation, but do you think short hedge funds are going to blame the December exposure on the NFT marketplace announcement? I mean, they haven't announced an NFT marketplace. Audio doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, I know. Several of us aren't able to hear anything. Could you please double check it? I've checked it already. Let me try exiting and restarting it. There. I hope that helps. How much does Citadel pay you to do this stream? Unfortunately, nothing. I don't know what to tell you. No paychecks. All this shilling and not one fucking check. It's bullshit, if you ask me. Wage theft. How does it feel to be the face of the diversion known as GME? When Adam Aaron saves retail by using profit from selling his shares to fund next-gen popcorn NFT, what will you do? So I only have 1.2K, so it looks like I can only do one option. That's fair. Oh, he has a pretty thorough understanding of the markets. I've spoken with him. Yeah, he does not have a lack of knowledge about how the market works. Do I think there were things his thesis missed? Yes, but um, it's built heavily on the idea of Occam's razor and so yeah, he takes more the track of most institutional investors probably, this is unlikely because it is unlikely. This would, if it did occur, it would be, a black swan event. It's not something predicted in, models. Why is Delta so low on in the money calls for the next several weeks? Does this indicate NMs expect a further decline in share price? It could. Or they're just cheap because the price has dropped so hard recently and is not recovering. How will I know when to sell during MOASS? How can I attempt to find the top? Is there a video or write-up you can direct me to? Sarah, I wrote an exit DD a while back. It's pinned to my Reddit profile if you look down below. It's pretty good. I think it's a pretty good example of best action for exiting a short squeeze. It doesn't rely on price action, which a lot of people are uncomfortable with, but I think ultimately that's best because we don't know what price it will get to. Whether it hits 1 million or 10 million or 100 million, or if it, only ever hits 800,000, that I feel like my exit strategy prepares for any price point. That's not increased volume lately at the price drop. Is this due to high? It's due to options interest. There's a lot of options interest on GameStop right now. So that's why we're seeing increased volatility, right? Or increased volume because of increased hedging. But if that hedging is, as we suspect, synthetic or derived, even worse, derived from ETFs, it creates FTDs, right? Significant numbers of FTDs. Isn't we getting spammed a lot in their Discord inbox today? Report anybody who does that to the mods, please, so they can ban them. What does it matter if GameStop or someone else sold shares? If they're done covering, then the price stops running. What do you mean? To Saget, Ganbold. Why does it matter if they sold shares? Because it provides liquidity, right? All of this is, all of this is like building up. Like you need illiquidity for a short squeeze, right? There can be no available shares. This is part of what forces the shorts to cover. So putting liquidity like that quarter, after the share offering, not only was there the share offering, right? It was a compounding, terrible event, right? First, you had the share offering that lowered prices, which meant GameStop rebalanced into ETFs at a lower price and a lower market cap. It wasn't weighted as heavily as it was going into earnings. And so many ETF shares were additionally sold from institutions. Something like 12 million shares moved out into the market during that period. Equal pay for shills. Is that what Matt Kors does? It's just like on the worst days, he just bails on the people who watch him and have supported him all this time. That's fucked up. I'm here. And we're down $100 from like a fucking week ago. 2 weeks ago? Yeah, 2 weeks ago. They fucking lose what, $20? Not even. $9. He doesn't show up to work. They can't wiggle it. That's bullshit. They can't wiggle out of the squeeze when CNS using CNS unless they can somehow get into the obligation warehouse. Only way there is through instruments that are not traded on an exchange. They can't wiggle out of the squeeze. Yeah, I know they can't wiggle out of the squeeze using CNS. I mean, that's because the number of FTD, right? I'll talk to you about this later, JFresh. But I'm curious. I am curious as to your thoughts. What's the outlook for the rest of the day today? I don't know if we found our floor for today, but we might have. I think if the market stops chopping and picks back up, that could shift our trend a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it still looks like we're just sitting on this 148 floor. I think they're just trying to keep us as far below max pain as they feasibly can. Max pain's still at what is max pain at right now? 180, 175. So max pain down a little bit this morning, but still significantly higher than the price we're trading at. I'd expect us to find some semblance of a balance between our current price and max pain before the end of the day, but maybe not. What's the outlook for this day? Feb 250s showing better profits. How far behind am I in chat? Jesus. Do you agree with Clint's thesis? If everyone on Superstock spent their attendees on in the money Febs, would the price just go nuclear? In the money? Yeah. But I mean, that's not happening, right? It's okay. The institutions will buy in. They'll profit the most. Feb 250 is actually showing better profit potential than 300s at the money at the moment. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, is it because IV is higher? This is probably a difference in IV, right? Or is it just the range you're looking at? I think I could make enough profits to buy 2 to 4 Feb contracts. I mean, if you're buying one option for January, no. You might be able to buy one Feb contract or maybe 2. Maybe you should give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe his channel got removed, so he has to make a backup again. I'm referring to GAF thesis. This theory requires all these FTDs being dumped into the obligation warehouse, which is suspect. Yeah, I mean, we've discussed that in the past. I do think they have a path to putting it in the obligations warehouse, but I also think that position can be exposed. I mean, that's probably likely what happens with these like OTC futures, right? I imagine you're pretty tempted to sell off some of your other holdings to really buy this dip. I kind of am. Like, I kind of want to get out of cat. I still have profits on this, but I know it's going to come back up. But like, I'm kind of considering taking the rest of my profits out of cat and buying this dip. I really don't want to miss out on it, but I bought a lot already. I bought 10 contracts yesterday. I had 3 orders filled today for 7 more contracts. I think the only thing now that I really want is maybe some like January 160s and maybe some more January 180s. I think those are the only 2 contracts I really want to buy now. And then I think I'll be pretty happy outside of my weeklies. I think my long-term position that'll be all the capital I intend to put into it. What are you looking at getting into options next week? I may start getting like for my weekly position, I may start getting in a bit early. Focus, Ko-Fi. I'm trying. Han. Screw cores, the 510 gang stand solid, red, green, and everything in between. Plus, if this uranium gets delivered, everything in my house will be green anyway. buying uranium futures. Thank you, Pickle Morty. So December 21st, 22nd. No. 21st, 22nd, 23rd is T+2. And the 23rd. See, so yeah, I know this doesn't make sense because the T is the 17th, right? So they are allowed to cover the exposure on the 22nd all the way until market open on the 23rd, right? For those of you that don't know this, but that also means that, they can use dark pools to place block orders, which can drag that order out into like the midday. And so unfortunately we have to look at a 3-day window instead of what should be a 2-day window. And yes, they've run it, I think, on a Wednesday before. It's once. What day are you looking at getting into options next week? Probably around midweek I'll start. I might start earlier just because November, a lot of the price action got missed out on because they started hedging in advance, right? We talking December or Jan for uh, for December? It's the 21st, 22nd, 23rd is the exposure window from the 17th. But as we know, they can hedge all of next week from the 13th to the 17th. That's what they did in November, right? Like if we look at November's run, they started hedging, and after the dip right here, we see them beginning to hedge, and they hedged all the way into Friday, the Friday before, which was here, and then with our big peak. Our peak still fell on our exposure date, which was the November 22nd, or November 23rd rather. Right here, like we went a little higher, but most of the price action occurred the previous Friday and Monday. But that whole week we were green, right? Just straight up. Did we have a red day? I guess so. Monday we were up the previous week, Tuesday down, Wednesday up, Thursday down, Friday up, and then Monday up again, and then Tuesday we peaked and tanked. So yeah, they definitely hedged in advance. So I think it would be intelligent to expect that again. Especially if we see like a large amount of price movement the Friday before. 10-to-1 buy sell ratio for GME, insane. I know. Yeah, great dip. Definitely being taken advantage of not only by retail but by institutions. What do you expect? When do you expect price action for December? I just went over that for 5 minutes. Digital good time. Number 35 under max pain. $35 under max pain. No, $25 under max pain right now. How much worse will options prices be on Wednesday, you think? How much worse? It depends. They could be better, they might be worse. Is Gherkin shill, or do we switch back to being grateful? Asking for my mom. I'm whatever you want me to be. If you need me to be a shill, I'll shill for you. Yasti, I will shill GameStop to the masses on my bull thesis. If you want to be grateful for that, that's fine, but you don't have to be. I don't require any thanks. I don't think they give us these dips because they want to, right? I think they give us these dips because they have to. Because at this point, it's just stupid, right? We know about the dips. We take much more advantage of them than we did in the past. And then, the profits on the other side are enormous. Which, just further weakens their overall position, right? Because, but they have to dip it. Because the money they lose to us in the options chain is insignificant compared to the money they would lose attempting to cover this exposure with the price higher. I mean, not only does the data back my thesis, but the psychology does as well. I don't understand the issue. I mean, it's my thesis. Of course, I'm bullish on it, but Feb options will be cheaper after our December run, even if they don't totally crush IV. I mean, I would look to possibly average down, but the price is going to be probably higher, especially if we track last year's price movement, right? Um, like if we track last year's price movement, the price we have now will not be the same as the price we have then. If we track January of last year to scale, we should be trading somewhere between 204 and 250 during that window. Even at the lowest point, like high of 224, low of 206. And that would be like here. I guess this would be the bottom right there before they dip it again before they have to run it. They've been doing this shit for so long now. That might be the best day to buy them because you're not paying for all this extra theta. But we don't know if this is going to play out the same way, right? This just gives us an idea of what to expect. Is the money in January exceeded last Jan? I don't know. Will you exit your Jan and Feb calls in December, run and average down? I probably will exit my Feb out of the money calls and average them down. I probably will not average down my in the money. So like 200 and below strikes for February, I probably won't sell. But I will probably sell like all my out of the money shit, regardless of the date. Like on a big IV spike or a big run, I'm definitely gonna try to get out of my my out of the money out of the money position, right? Because you don't want to miss opportunities when that theta spikes on those out of the money calls. They also decay faster because they're out of the money way. It's possible. I mean, I don't think this says 350. This tops out in like the 260s. But this is just scaled to last year's price action, right? Did we just break above that wedge? Let's look. No. Maybe? No. I think it just trailed off. If we... I mean, I guess our breakout would have been there. The volume's okay, but flat, right? Manipulated. Maybe on like the 15-minute we could get a better idea. I mean, this is not bullish, right? This is like a bear flag. Drop, drop, drop into a small climb up. Probably drop further. Sometimes these break out, but less common. So this is like not a bullish indicator. But we can expect that, right? Because we're in a bearish trend until the next up cycle. GME channel is discussing some DD saying a squeeze can't happen. Was this discussed? Yeah, we've just spoken about it. It's I don't agree with his thesis that a squeeze can't happen. But a lot of the information that he dug up is useful to an extent. But he infers that everything. If JFresh is participating in the chat, I'm sure he'll weigh in on this too. But I don't think they can really shift a lot of the burden that's coming up into the obligations warehouse, at least not quickly. And I think that kind of changes the possibility for a short squeeze. in our favor. So while it is a simple explanation, but it was more for people to get an idea of how these FTDs pile up and how they could potentially use CNS to clear them. But there's other factors that have come to light since that DD was written quite some time ago. I think there will be time after the Jan 12th run to average down before the next spike. There's a very small window in January to average down, and it may not even be a window. If volatility stays high after these FTDs start getting exposed, the ETF and GME ones here and here, there may be like a little window right through this range to enter something, but unlikely. The prices are going to be much higher, right? If the price actually climbs that high. Like those numbers you're seeing on the side here, like this is like, I guess you can't see it. Like this January's price action scaled here has us at like $500. So if that plays out, Jesus Christ. The obligation warehouse doesn't resolve the fact that there's a counterparty that is agreeing to hold short hedge fund bags. They won't hold them forever. Yep. I didn't, Tom. We just brought it up in passing. You should refer to Sir Dinkus as Sir Dinkus and take a shot every time he comments. What did he say this time? No, I don't say anything. Why is he in here watching all day if he hates me so much and doesn't believe in my thesis? How do you exit? Why doesn't he just go write a better one? Like, go for it. Um, use I used calcs to get an idea of prices and prep. Do you look at price movement and set limit orders ahead of time? Enter limit orders once it hits your target. I usually will follow with stop loss, like stop limits after it approaches my target. Keeps when we were so confident we're going to repeat last year's price action. Why would it maintain that pattern? Because they're forced into it by market mechanics. Little Noctua. Because it is my understanding that the price action that occurs on GameStop is due entirely to institutional exposure and price action. I, I do not think that retail's buying has an effect on the price in any way, any significant way at least. And I think that all of the exposure we see play out happens due to cyclical market mechanics. And unfortunately for the people that disagree with me, it does. It does line up with those. So you can't just explain it away by saying, oh, it doesn't work the way it doesn't work exactly the same way every time, because it does. The exposure always comes due, and so it's a definitive movement. Like they have to pay it. You can't explain it away with crime, because they fucking wouldn't be doing it every single goddamn time if it was crime. You can't explain it away with market fuckery, because obviously they have counterparties that they're beholden to that force them into this price action on GameStop again and again and again and again every single quarter. It's not a coincidence that this happens every single fucking time. Sure, once or twice, coincidence. 3 times, maybe. 4, 5, starting to look pretty solid, right? Unless they internalize or hide that exposure, or is it only when key metrics of your DD volume goes missing? What? I didn't see the first half of your fucking comment. Where's the first half? I don't know why I'm even looking for this. Why don't you just DM me the whole question on Discord? I'm not gonna fucking scour this. If the volume is missing, it simply means that the exposure was lessened. Fewer in the money contracts over the quarter, less exposure. It's not. There's not a complicated system at play there, Sir Dinkus. Why? Several reasons. November quarterlies are approaching December leaps. If you're an institution, you're more likely to buy the leap contracts with better OI than you are to buy the quarterlies. GME options volume has been massively declining ever since June. So there's been less exposure on GameStop options for the last, several months. So yeah, the volume decreases. There's also illiquidity, which means that, they can't hedge as easily. But if options volume doesn't pick up, then there's no pressure against that illiquidity. I assume that's what you're talking about, but I'm not sure. How much do you believe in this chart, which is a ratio of last year's price action to the setup and current price? Pretty amazing if it does pan out that way, of course. GameStop's different now. I don't think it will play out exactly the same way. Options interest far higher back then. Exposure was greater. ETF exposure is still very high. And I'm kind of sort of hoping that acts as a counterbalance to the lack of exposure on GameStop. I guess that answers that. It'd be awesome if it does pan out that way. Yeah, I agree. Thank goodness we have the biggest shill in SS to explain things in layman's terms to help us capitalize on a potentially life-changing event. Thanks, Gherkin sister. Has anyone ever told you that you do a bad job of shilling AMC? They have. Apple just absolute powerhouse. It just keeps going up. It's its own market now. Did you guys see that? Like, there's a 2x ETN on fucking Apple now, so you can just leverage Apple. 2x Apple leverage. Is the price being held down today by shorting ETFs? It's being held down by the massive amount of options interest. Like, there's lots of put interest today. Not as much as yesterday, but they may not need as much. It definitely looks like they're trying to get us to close significantly under max pain. They failed to roll, and we cannot see any indication of that. Hard to be wrong if there's no metric to disprove you. We do see an indication of failure to rolls. A failure to roll creates an anomaly. These anomalies are backed by FTD data. If you want to go back and look at it, these anomalies occur when the FTDs pile up after the failure window, like last January. We looked for confirmation of that here in October as well. Where we also had FTDs occur. FTDs were lower here. So if your point of disproving is that FTDs were lower through this window than they were in previous anomaly windows when FTDs came due, there's a reason for that. That's because 12 million shares were sold at market here in the previous quarter. That lowers FTDs. That provides liquidity and allows them to clear them. If you look on any of those FTD dates, those are spikes in FTDs down to the day. So there is an indication of what happens when they fail to roll. If you look at ETF FTDs, they're even higher, which implies that a significant chunk of the short position on GameStop is in ETFs due to our price action within T plus 35 or T plus 6 plus 3 plus C 35. That also occurs exactly on the day and correlates with the spike in FTD data through the SEC. Don't act like I didn't fucking research this. This isn't just some like trust me bro theory. If you think I'm wrong, prove it. It's good to explain things on YouTube for people who don't know how to read. If I think you're right and I can't prove it, am I allowed to stay? That's fine. So you're basically saying that we can miss an entire quarter of price exposure that you said should be there, and it's what? The exposure is there. Where is the? Tell me where the exposure isn't. Tell me the point of failure specifically. Oh, it was a long time ago, Lude. Months, I think. Hartley here. Dude, thank you. Kirk Kirkwop uses real Lara bars for reading cards. He is legit and you need to step up. Thank you so much, Hartley. I appreciate it. I just don't. Trash Dan. I don't even understand how it's a question at this point, though. Like after August and November's run ups and the FTD spikes that we saw through October, like there's so much confirmation already. Like I don't understand why I'm still arguing that basis of the theory, right? I could understand arguing like January not having the same level of exposure as last January. That hasn't happened yet. We don't know. I never said it was perfect. I never said it was definitively will track all price action on GameStop. I simply said it tracks their gamma exposure and their FTD exposure, which it has done so far, and I think will continue to do. I have no control on if that exposure is greater or lesser. And I have no control on if they decide to cover that exposure in advance. They are allowed to do that. They will take action within wherever they're presented with an opportunity for flexibility, they will take advantage of it. But assuming those points, you can build a very solid strategy around it. I didn't know it was salmonella. I'm a two on a scale of 1 to 2. I'm a two. He seems to be rejecting the thesis based on the quantity of the exposure as opposed to its quality. Well, that doesn't work. If he wants to spend time finding out exactly how much exposure is going to happen on each date, he could do that. Yella's kind of doing that already, um, with her gamma delta models. So, I mean, that's just additional confirmation. You know, when multiple people are writing theories separately from each other, pointing you at the same shit, um, maybe you should stop and think for a second. Lost money on weeklies and now he's mad. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like he waited for volume to come in on weeklies and got burned. And I'm sorry if that happened to you, man. I tried to warn people off of it because, you know, we knew that we don't we knew that we did not know the amount of their exposure. Because in August your DD was still secret. People who are skeptical. I mean, I told everyone about it in August. I told everyone on the stream. I bought a fuck ton of call options the Friday before. Like, I wrote about it as much as I could without encouraging options buying. And then I realized that there was no way to do this without encouraging options buying to some degree. I'm not. Dude, Carl, if you get a pickle financial tattoo, I'm going to unmod you. FTDs don't necessarily affect positive price action. They simply have to be cleared. We've traded 3 million volume today, Dinkus. And they could have cleared half of that in FTDs. FTDs do not mean positive price action. It is not a guarantee. If the FTDs are high enough above baseline, like a significant spike, they appear to cause price action. But low number FTDs, like 300,000 FTDs, don't cause a lot of correlating price action. But if you look at October 13th, which I believe when you were complaining about this back then, you considered it a point of failure in the thesis, but we still ran $10. And that was all they needed to cover the like 300,000 FTDs they had that day. Just because they're covering FTDs doesn't mean they can't cover and then short and then cover and then short and then cover and short, slowly burning them down. The problem is when they have a lot of FTDs, they need volume to cover them. And by creating volume in an illiquid market with a wide bid ask, we get positive price action. Because as they buy to cover, the price goes up. We've seen this happen on the days, where we've been up $15, $20 on a million volume. And even when they roll, there are still FTDs from the ETFs. So even if they roll whatever contracts they're holding on GameStop, the ETFs don't necessarily follow that same pattern. And there are still, there are FTDs from that, which we saw, play out in times when they did roll and FTDs still occurred. Like, if we go back and look at, April is a pretty good example of this when FTDs were still very, very high. So through this window in April, we see the FTD spikes occurring here, and here. And that even though they had rolled the futures contract into the roll date where, our positive price action then ends, same as June, they still had FTDs carrying over from this volatile price event. So basically, any strong upward movement on GameStop creates FTDs on the other side of that window. Why? Because there's no shares for them to hedge with. And they have to derive liquidity from synthetic sources, which they then fail to deliver because there's no liquidity in the underlying. But no, the FTDs do not necessarily mean positive price action, but if they are high enough, they do. The delta change spike showed November to be 60% of what August was. If you try to use that for volume but didn't track well for May or Feb, I don't think that should be the point of volume. Like, I don't think you should try to use that as a predictor of potential volume. I assume that you're referring to Yella's post. I mean, the delta sensitivity is higher than it's been since last December. And it's higher than last December. Oh, I see what you're doing. You're trying to compare. Okay, C-mill. So you're comparing the exposure to the price action that has played out. So November versus August. Yeah, maybe. So yeah, so exposure was lower. I mean, it's. I mean, there's the data to show exposure was lower. I guess. I mean, it does in a way. I was on a weird pre-market audio call with Wall Street Bets users and mods this morning. I mentioned Gherkin and ZD and said January is going to be nuts. I don't want to push it, but encouraged everyone to read. Cool. I mean, I think the more people that know, the better, right? Like that's the more open contracts that need hedged, the worse their position. It is self-fulfilling. I'm not going to say like it's 50% or 60% MOASS potential because it's an arbitrary percentage. I will say that January appears to be more statistically likely to be a window for MOASS to occur than at any other point throughout the rest of the year. So, probability of MOASS highest in January. Second highest June when there's also leap exposure, but on both GME and GME containing ETFs. Yeah, but I mean, if you compare October historically to, or well, that's September's cycle, right? Because it's the September quarter fail that produces that anomaly that occurs in October. And you look at the previous October, very similar. Not a lot of price action leading up into that. Also, on top of this, you have the fact that some of these futures contracts are biannual, and so those would be expiring in like June and January, right? There wouldn't be any action from those on in the offset quarters. Um, there's a lot of information we don't have, and so we do have to find what we can in the negative space. But I think I've done a very good job at pointing that out. Are you getting your BlackRock Secret Santa? High quality hand carved chopsticks. I'm not gonna lie, kind of down today. Don't let the price affect your mood, Trina. It's just the price, and it's likely fake. Have you bought more shares this dip? I haven't. I mean, my cost basis is lower than this dip, so for me to buy shares, I would be averaging up, and I'd rather just if I'm going to do that, I'd rather do that through options, right? Because I can still keep my cost basis relatively the same, or lower it if the potential to exercise presents itself. Part of the reason that I decided that now was a fine time to start talking options and start getting the misinformation surrounding them dispelled was that a lot of people own their GameStop position, right? They've bought. It's been a year. They've bought most of what they're going to buy. They're buying more every week, but as long term investors, options should be part of that long term investment strategy. So according to Yellow's DD, no, we need to see price action soon in order to kick up price action in the future. But not, it doesn't have to be today. What's your take on the 11 million shares from Vanguard and glitched SI% after the November run? Was it all a true bunch of bullshit and the exposure wasn't covered that way? Or there was just less exposure? It's hard to say. I mean, we don't know, why we saw those shares pop up. We just know that we did. Um, it was interesting. I mean, I think it was just a coincidence that it correlated with the amount of shares that appeared overnight, correlated with the volume that we were missing. Um, I don't think there's really anything that you can derive from that. And I think the SI% could have been due to a fail to roll forward futures contracts through a reporting window. And SI got reported, at least by some sources. And then, obviously obfuscated yet again, and now is being reported as 10%. But the short interest on GameStop exists. It's just not being reported anywhere where we can see it. Thank you so much for all you do, Greg. I always love watching your content, and I've been here 24/7 paying attention and learning new things I would not have touched if it weren't for GME and your streams. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Woody Profit. I appreciate that, man. Exercise your in the money contracts now and Cosmo asks. I don't have that many contracts in the money right now. Like, yeah. I've over the last like 2 quarters, I've pretty much exercised all of my contracts that I bought in February, except for the ones that I've rolled forward into January. I don't have any left. So most of the long position I bought is already exercised. So the only way out of the roller coaster price over the last year is to force price high enough during a price event. Yeah. Holding isn't enough force as yet. There are too many ways to kick the can. Well, holding's not necessarily force, right? Because it doesn't cause them to increase the price. But what it does is it prevents them from finding the liquidity when they have to increase the price themselves. So the idea that like holding will increase the price is not correct, right? Is the idea that holding prevents them from getting shares, which is what they need to hedge their options contracts and to hedge their exposure, or to cover their exposure. And so what holding does is it ties up the liquidity in the stock, as does DRS to probably a greater degree, depending on, shares held in lenders that are borrowing or lending, or shares held in brokerages that aren't lending. I suspect some brokerages are probably lending without their clients' permission. Some might not be. There's really no way to tell. And yeah, DRS is a safe way to ensure that those brokerages aren't lending your shares. But even if they are lending your shares, I think with options leverage, you could tie up so much of the float through Delta that it wouldn't fucking matter. Even if they had access to everybody's shares, there's just not enough liquidity in the stock, period, to cover that amount of exposure. Partially, they can only borrow so many shares from ETFs per day. It's infinite, but it is limited. It's capped per day. Do you think I have a chance to exercise 250s of small expenditures to get a full 100? I only have one option on it. All I can do for now. I think the potential's there. Yes. What external catalyst do you see possible to ignite this, if any? I mean, any external catalyst could ignite this, but currently there are none. If one happens, great, right? That just accelerates the price movement. It doesn't change their exposure. They're still just as exposed if a catalyst occurs. They'll just be exposed sooner. So while I don't factor in external catalysts, they do make a difference. They could have an effect. No, the overarching narrative is not that they accrue more and more FTDs per year over the year. The overarching thesis is that they accrue the FTD when they fail to roll forward futures, the FTDs accrue in greater numbers over that failure period. As soon as the FTDs are cleared, they're gone. You're combining FTDs with gamma exposure, and they're two separate cycles. There's three cycles that I've outlined. There is a option cycle, which deals with gamma exposure. This is where they need shares and borrow shares. Then there is the future cycle, where they're able to either tie up their old short interest or unable to, and to whatever extent they're able to tie it up. And if they fail to do that, if they fail to tie up that additional exposure in futures contracts, then we see an FTD pile up, which is an FTD cycle occur and play out. But these FTDs aren't going up over the year; they go up through that cycle. And then when that cycle is over, there are no more FTDs. Unfortunately, when they fail, they immediately then run into another window of gamma exposure. And the FTDs are created from the gamma exposure, right? Because they need synthetic shares in order to hedge and to cover. And so they can't return real shares to satisfy that borrowing. And so they fail, right? And that's what creates the FTDs. How does one know whether the action is MOASS versus garden variety squeeze? WeBull. Can they cover every exposure the next week before the 17th, or do they still need to cover on 21, 22, 23? So they can hedge, right? But they can't predict the number of exercises that are going to occur, right? So they can hedge to offset their exposure, to reduce it, but they can't completely eliminate any exposure in the T+2 window. Do you write calls or just buy them? I basically just buy them. I write cash secured puts on GameStop when I think it's found a floor in a cycle. I'll write cash secured weeklies. Right now I have naked puts on GameStop, so I really kind of hope we close slightly above where we're at now. I mean, I'm in the money right now, but or my the puts I've sold are out of the money right now, so I'm fine. But I would prefer if it was a little higher and doesn't dip at close. I'm skating thin ice there. But yeah, I sell puts, but most of my positions are long. I do not sell covered calls because of the catalysts we talked about before. The risk of selling covered calls is very high, and that's not something I really think I need to risk my shares on. Because at any day, aftermarket GameStop can make an announcement, and the possibility of them having some groundbreaking platform or tech remains. And so I don't think covered calls are a safe bet at all. I've seen people play them and do okay. I've seen people get burned on them far more often. And then, you've lost 100 shares. You've provided short hedge funds and market makers with the liquidity necessary to clear their FTDs, reducing the effect of a pileup. And now you're buying back in again, and maybe at a higher price too. So it's just shitty all around. I hate covered calls on this stock. I guess everyone missed the part back when you said we could have a dip in December and IV would be low. Did they? Thanks, Howler. Pickle de gallo salsa. I haven't. About the upwards movements causing FTDs, does that track then that November 3rd should have T plus 9 plus 60 C35 to December 20th? No, the FTDs that occurred on November 3rd were cleared on November 3rd. So there's not a failure point there, right? So when gamma when synthetics are borrowed, that creates FTDs on T9 C35 out, right? When shares are covered, FTDs are covered, that does not create another additional FTD window. It might create a little bit, like there might be like it's there, but it's very minute. Right. And that just has to do with like accelerated price action and options, specifically weeklies on GameStop that week being synthetically hedged. But generally, those FTD dates are very unexpected, right? Like nobody was prepared for November 3rd, right? And so when we backtracked that and looked at, FTDs from ETFs in the previous quarters, you would see there's a spike because some hedging does occur synthetically, but it's much less than what occurs in relation to the gamma exposure windows. So yeah, December 20th should have a small number. So back to your point, yeah, December 20th should have a small number of FTDs from the run on November 3rd. If that's correct, let me just double check that count real fast. I just want to make sure that that's the right date. So we got November 3rd. Bar. Yeah, December 20th. That's correct. Okay. So yes, December 20th should have a small number of FTDs from November 3rd's big spike. It will not be to the same extent though, because November 3rd not near a high open interest date. So not a lot of synthetic borrowing going on, right? Just simply a large number of FTDs being covered. And I think they panicked. I think they actually covered early because of the BBBY thing that went down. So I think they covered really fast because BBBY didn't state the time frame in which they would buy back their shares. And they could have, if they didn't cover immediately, it could have created a squeeze there as they tried to cover while a share buyback was occurring. Which probably means that their exposure on BBBY is also high. What is your total GME position? I have 5x shares and probably an additional 5x in Delta. Do you recommend against for company-based 401k saving? I feel like you're better off investing that money yourself. But if they like deposit match you, then it's not so bad. That's probably fine. I don't know. I don't really focus on investment, like retirement investment strategies very much, or like I don't know a lot about Roths or 401ks. I have some basic knowledge of them, but it's minimal. Why are you still refusing to register shares and still sharing an exit strategy with everyone risking paper hands? Do you really believe Fidelity never halts? They removed the buy button before. I mean, they didn't remove the buy button; they just shut down, right? If you can give me 3 good reasons to register my shares, Koala Hugger. I will take them under consideration. I'm not still sharing an exit strategy. I wrote an exit strategy months ago. It's just baseless. They don't exactly have to cover those FTDs in any specific time frame other than to stay off of the threshold list. Are they trying to avoid that? Well, from the point of failure, they have 35 calendar days to cover, right? So once they've failed to locate, it's an FTD, they have 35 days to cover. They can cover at any time during that window. They can reduce the number of FTDs that spill out here by covering them, throughout that window, which likely occurs. Sorry, I'm trying to get to the rest of your question here. Where did it go? But yes, if we see, so here's what happens if the FTDs start to get out of hand for them. If they can't manage the FTDs for several days in a row, then we can get on the reg show threshold list. And that presents a problem for them. I think that presents a pretty significant problem for them. But we need I believe it's 0.5% of the float failed per day for 5 days. That might be too long. I'm trying to remember the exact reg show inclusion. I know it. I just can't think of it right now. Currently holding Feb 200Cs. I don't know if I have enough money to execute. I'd rather have to sell shares or sell half and execute half. How does the cashless exercise work? Essentially, they sell your contract and give you shares of equivalent value. That's the most likely scenario. The idea is that well, there's different ones, right? There's sell to exercise, and there's exercise and sell to cover. So in exercise and sell to cover, they exercise the contract and then they sell a requisite number of shares in order to cover the cost basis of that exercise. And then in sell to exercise, they sell the contract and give you shares, which is this kind of the same as you just selling the contract and buying shares. Except, during volatile price action, that can be advantageous, right? If the price is rocketing up and you sell to exercise, then, you can end up not getting your shares for such a high price. Like if there's like a $50 gap up, between the time you sell your contract and the time you buy the shares. I don't disagree with that. And I strongly support Reddit and its communities. What I don't support is people like you, Koala Hugger. People like you who come attack and bully people because they don't share your same belief system. You are the minority. You are what we are against. I think you mean STDs. Can you explain the higher than normal volumes this week? Can they cover and short at the same time? Yes. Well, sort of. Um, they can short the price down, buy, and then short. So what they can do is they can stabilize the ask against their buying in order to prevent the price from increasing while they cover. Essentially, we saw them do this once. They boxed in like a huge amount of volume. This was not that long ago. It was on one of the October FTD dates. But basically, they tanked the price, erected a massive sell wall, and then covered into that sell wall, uh, causing the price to kind of do that and then drop back off. And they covered like it was like 800K volume and on like a 1.2 million volume day or something. This was an illegal strategy. This is illegal market manipulation. So if you guys want to identify points of illegality, this was one. We've had the close banged 3 or 4 times throughout this whole thing. That's illegal. Hard to prove, but illegal. It means they need to hedge more than normal in the future. Quick name, not they plan. How many options contracts need to be exercised in Jan to help cause substantial price action? If the thesis is true and we own the float, right? And um, we're not selling, then every contract exercised in January represents a significant threat to them, as each exercised contract represents a margin call for 100 shares in an illiquid market where there are no shares to purchase, which puts them in a position where the only way out is to increase the price. That is a squeeze. It wedges them between opposing positions and forces them to cover. It forces them to close, and it forces them to buy our shares. And it's sad that people don't see that. For me, in a way, I don't care if they do, but I wish they did. Because contrary to the belief that I spent months and months of my life doing this for YouTube earnings, I did this for you guys. And to put all that work in and be called a shill, well, fuck them. You keep using me, use me harder. I'm not run down. It's just I never wanted to see anybody miss out on this. And I don't think they're missing out by DRSing. I think they're missing out by ignoring the catalyst for that DRS. GME hits 100K, you're a billionaire. Can you talk about the psychology? I'll be all right. It's kind of what I wanted. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but money. Money's cool. I think more importantly for me, that I may have made other people billionaires also. I'm not that sad. Proves them you're not a shill. Show them your calves. It takes money to buy whiskey. Let's see if any of these guys put their money where their mouth is. I'm here to make my money work. Q. Don't get me wrong, they're not hurting me, right? This, like, they're like, the people that are pushing it are few. It's very few people. And they're not hurting me. If anything, they're helping, right? Because they come in here and try to argue their baseless fucking points, and I'm more than willing to discuss it with them. And they make themselves look bad, which only strengthens my thesis. By getting me to explain it over and over and over again and try to poke holes in it, they are playing the devil's advocate, which just strengthens what I've built. I don't mind. If anything, I always have, I encourage it. Tell me why I'm wrong repeatedly and how. I'm more than willing to argue that point. Because, for every two people that tune into that thread where, they're just viciously attacking me for not DRSing, one of them might read my DD. And, out of those 5 out of 10 people that read my DD, 2 of them might go, oh shit, and pay attention to it. And that's all I care about. What Girk has done with is arm wage slaves like me with the ability to take advantage of this swan event. Will I make billions? No, but Girk has helped show me how to maximize what little I do have into this shot out of sad wage slavery. What Girk does means the world to me. Thank you, Pickle Morty. Yeah, if you shout shill enough, no one believes it anymore. Would you stop trading at that point? Yeah. I mean, it's not like I love trading. It's fine, but it's like a means to an end, right? Does the username Sempre mean anything to you? I've seen his shit posts before, yeah. You're wrong to assume something that you've never interacted with, has never had a first-hand experience with, is bad. Bacon cheeseburger pie is excellent. You're a low 6'3" man to say otherwise. Oh, fuck you, Dr. K. You and your Bisquick fucking bacon cheeseburger. There's no cheese in it even. It's just a beef biscuit. Ugh. That's why I've been calling you a shill for 3 months, 6 months. Uh, Sent you a DM to make you happy since you missed it in chat. You missed this, and I feel you need to see it. Koala Hugger, you literally haven't made a fact-based coherent statement regarding market mechanics. Please stop spewing things you aren't even slightly qualified to make. I'm not. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on, koala hugger, from your righteous fucking perch. Um, I'm explaining my thoughts like you asked, and you're taking it as pushing an agenda on you. Pick a story and go with it. Y'all are so hateful to any idea thrown at you if it's not from your day trader Gurk. Okay, first of all, I don't day trade GameStop. Ever. Not fucking once. Second of all, it, you are pushing an agenda. And you're pushing it in an aggressive way, which makes people defensive. Is your agenda wrong? Not entirely, but do you know the basis for it? Just because, fucking Ryan Cohen tweeted some shit and GameStop put something in an earnings report does not make you right. It confirms your bias, but it doesn't make you right. Now, if you can give me factual evidence of a short squeeze that has occurred due to DRS, I'm more than willing to listen. I've already outlined the effect of DRS on a short squeeze. Am I wrong? You're my favorite beef biscuit. Remember when the chat thought I was a shill because I asked too many dumb questions? I remember you backed me up and told them I wasn't a shill. You've been my hero since. I hope you like this balloon. Thank you. Happy birthday, Sahib. Wait, what did this guy say? I don't actually know what any of this is about. I'm just here for the food discussion. Okay, I'm talking to you, koala hugger. Let's go. You have my attention. Thank you, Goyo. I appreciate that, man. That's not necessary. I appreciate it, though. Thank you so much. I think people are annoyed because you won't help lock up the flow. And we know locking up the flow absolutely forces a squeeze. I don't think that's true. I don't think there's any evidence that simply locking the flow forces a squeeze. I think it creates a situation where a squeeze is more likely. Thank you, Gurk. Hope to add more soon. Thank you so much, Posty McPosterson. Congratulations on your Feb 150. That's a nice strike. Is there a way I can like search someone's responses? Do you know that registering the shares puts the stock on the hard to borrow list only if it's being actively shorted? Koala hugger. And if it's being actively shorted, through what mechanism are they shorting it? They would have to be shorting it through borrowed shares. I do not think that's true. I think that they short the stock primarily through ETFs, occasionally through borrowed shares. If they do borrow additional shares that aren't inside their long short position, that was built back between 2014 and 2020, or between 2014 and 2020, sorry. I don't think they're borrowing any additional shares. As a matter of fact, based on institutional ownership, there's not that many shares available for them to borrow. In addition to that, we can see that the FTD is occurring in ETFs containing GME, and FTD exposure to ETFs has been increasing substantially since last January. The point at which they stopped using borrowed shares to short the stock, hence the low borrow rate, and started using ETF creation to short the stock. If they're using ETF creation to short the stock, there is no requirement to find a locate. So no, it doesn't. What puts us on the hard to borrow list and on reg show threshold list is the FTDs that come out the other side of that synthetic shorting. And we've been on the hard to borrow list all year, contrary to the most popular Reddit post of the week. We've been hard to borrow in Fidelity this whole time. I can show you proof if you want, vis-a-vis XRT, that no locate is used to create those synthetics or to satisfy their failures. That they do not look at a single brokerage share while shorting this stock. And they've been doing it for 7 years. So you're mistaking long short positions versus synthetic short positions. They're not the same thing. We triggered SSR yesterday. Yes. The stock was shorted. Yes. Why? Well, it wasn't from borrowing, right? Because shares were returned en masse yesterday. Shares borrowed the day before had almost fully been returned by mid-afternoon yesterday. Now, if you look at the options chain, however, massive put volume, which means that the shorting we were seeing is through synthetic hedging, right? They're creating synthetic short sales in order to drive the price down. We will see the effect of that short hedging in the next couple of days as T+2 plays out from today. Because that's not a sustainable position. Thank you, that random guy. I appreciate it. Why do I think GameStop included DRS in their financials, in your opinion? I have no idea. Probably a lot of requests to do so. I do not know. I am unaware of any requirement for them to do so. It's very rare. It has happened in the past with other companies, but it's not common at all. It's very unusual. It could be because such a large percentage of the float is direct registered. 5% is a significant chunk. And you know, there may be some requirement that they have to list that. I'm unaware of that law though. So I would say it's either due to popular request or, you know, because it does affect a short squeeze. It does provide illiquidity and it does provide a springboard for a catalyst. It is in itself not one though. I'm nuts deep in a NASDAQ ETF data. Nice, Turd. I like it. How did you get in? Oh, really? Koala Hugger. I will show you evidence that they don't give a shit about Reg Show Rule 144. Hold on. Let me pull it up for you. Let's go to page. All right. I want to make sure this is big enough for everyone to see. Let's begin. This is SEC filing. File number S71615. Comprehensive macro view of current flawed structure of ETFs, the XRT. The XRT is one of several major ETFs, along with their underlying equity securities, that have had ongoing excessive short selling, a high number of shares owned by reporting institutions, up to 7 owners per share at times, considering just institutional 13F reporting owners. Inadequate share creation to support legitimate settlements, significantly underborrowed shares for short sale transcriptions, and proper reporting of short interest and NSCC fails for several years. Moreover, locates, affirmations, determinations in order to sell short are and have been provided daily for millions of shares sold short when data shows no sophisticated clearing firm could have reasonable grounds to believe shares could be located, borrowed, delivered for legal settlement of large amounts of short sales. XRT long-term trading metrics to contemplate. Imbalances in XRT ownership versus shares issued has continued to be found from 2011 through September 30th, 2015. The most recent 13F filings, 1,237 trading days or 4 years. Despite continuous daily shorting, selling average despite continuous daily short selling, averaging 70% of trade volume or nearly 3 of every 4 shares sold on the reporting markets, there has been no sustained increase in shares outstanding. Reported short interest nor NSCC fails. This is in complete contradiction to the expected natural results that should be found in a properly functioning supply and demand marketplace. As an example, on March 31st, 2014, just reporting institutions owned more than 5 shares for every share of XRT outstanding. However, NSCC delivery fails were just 7,728 shares. Obviously, shares were not delivered for 5 ownership claims, 42 million shares. Yet, these unfulfilled security contracts are not reflected in the NSCC data. This is a financial system red flag. The National Clearance and Settlement System is not capturing and disclosing these contractual settlement deficiencies. This is perhaps the most serious problem facing U.S. markets today. This was in 2016, I believe this was written. I.e. the improper functioning of the National Clearance and Settlement System. The DTCC NSCC is a finely tuned, time-tested, automated clearance and settlement system that is fully capable of providing the services mandated by Congress, the accurate clearance and settlement of securities transactions. However, it can only process the information that it is given. The XRT, along with the most important U.S. securities, show characteristics of significant misreporting of securities positions in the NSCC. The XRT makes this issue simple. Multiple investors claim ownership of the same shares, while the NSCC reports virtually perfect settlement occurring on a continuous basis. As we can see here in Table 4, shares claimed to be owned by institutions, 42 million, shares outstanding, 8 million. NSCC fails, 7,000. Shares owned by institutions above shares outstanding, 34 million. Reported short interest, 24 million. Shares outstanding, 8 million. Shares outstanding plus short interest, 33 million. Ownership claims by 13F filers above shares outstanding plus short interest, 9.7 million. The XRT data raises significant questions and red flags regarding what is being sold in the marketplace as XRT shares. This is a prime example of fund management team that appears to be improperly evaluating its ability to redeem assets and its liquidity. How has the XRT's management team been able to concurrently and historically account for valuation and liquidity requirements under the 1940 Act, justified compliance with the Act, and reported this accounting to the SEC when many shares exist beyond what the fund issued? Here, there are 9.8 million shares claimed to be owned above shares outstanding plus reported short interest. These securities positions were not owned by the sellers, so they were short sales, but they did not get reported as short interest. This clearly exposes another fundamental reporting flaw in the US markets. Short interest is widely followed as a metric investors can use to make critical investment decisions. When these numbers are false, all market participants are misled, even those who do not use this metric in their decisions, because so many investors do use short interest as a key component of their strategies. Short interest should be a metric considered by funds in their accounting if the numbers are accurate. Then the fund is incapable of calculating its actual exposure to liabilities outstanding from short positions. Examining these metrics, i.e. 70% short selling, no real net creation of shares, and no fails at the NSCC clearly suggests that authorized participants, Citadel is one of them, of the XRT are internalizing and X-clearing much of the trading that is occurring for the XRT. This should raise significant red flag for the fund management that along with the institutional ownership far exceeding the number of shares outstanding, there may be a large number of additional short shares not owned by the sellers, internalizing at clearing firms that could be required to be redeemed and potentially weigh heavily on the stability of the fund. Simply put, there are 5 owners for each XRT share. The additional redemption of those shares can render the existing shares of the XRT essentially valueless, with no liquidity left in the shares issued to accommodate the additional ownership claims. These excess owners represent undisclosed delivery liabilities at clearing firms and too big to fail institutions, which likely require settlement liquidity that is not readily available in a crisis market. I want to outline that part one more time. Require settlement liquidity that is not readily available. XRT is a clear example of settlement risk that exists today and is undisclosed by the XRT operator. XRT metrics in March of 2011, all of the outstanding shares of the XRT, which were more than 100% institutionally owned, verifiable through SEC's Edgar system, were turned over every day for 20 days in a row. There were 10 days where XRT shares issued were turned over from 2 to 7 times. On 10 days, short sales exceeded shares outstanding. On March 9th, short sales exceeded shares outstanding by 4 times. There were 65 to 73 million shares reported to FINRA as established short positions when there were only on average less than 8 million real shares outstanding. On average, there were over 8 owners of shares sold short for each real share issued. NSCC fails started the period at 32,000 and ended the period at 149,000, virtually net flat despite at least 8 owners per share. Considering the ownership scenario of the XRT has continued in the overbought position since 2011, no clearing firm should have reasonable grounds to believe that the large number of short sales will or could be properly delivered to complete settlement. Simply put, no locate provided by the clearing firm, no short sale can be legally executed by brokers or investors. Locates provide an assurance by clearing firms that shares will be borrowed and delivered to complete legal short sale settlement. The amount of short sales should be limited by the amount of shares available to lend, creating a natural supply and demand market demand market forces that constrain short selling. However, short selling in the XRT is and has been unlimited. If clearing firm does not have a legitimate belief that it will comply with the intent of federal security regulations for locating and borrowing securities for delivery prior to the execution of a short sale, violations of security laws, rules, and regulations occur. These legal short sale restrictions and potential penalties do not appear to have constrained the trading or changed the behavior of some clearing firms. This type of clearing firm is willing to provide itself or its clients with the ability to sell short with the knowledge that the shares will not or cannot be delivered to consummate contractual settlement of the securities. Table 5 illustrates these metrics, which logically indicate that reasonable grounds to believe that millions of shares each day could be located for legitimate short selling was a virtually impossible threshold to meet. Again, short positions are multiple times higher than shares outstanding without corresponding NSCC settlement failures reported to regulators. Without the national clearance and settlement system alerting the SEC to these undisclosed settlement problems, a serious concern is raised regarding the functioning of Reg Show and other regulations in effect for margin limits and excessive leverage. There is a gap in volume between the consolidated tape versus the volume produced daily by reporting exchange markets, SROs, which is attributable to non-reporting markets, including alternative trading systems and dark pools. How is this fund to rate the quality of its market liquidity that is executed on dark markets? Is it real liquidity that will be available in stressed market periods? XRT share accounting and trade total. You guys can take a look at that if you want to, but I'm just going to continue with the last bit of this. On March 9th, 2011, there were 2.5 million XRT shares outstanding and 11.6 million shares sold short on just the reporting markets. Note, on March 9th, the reporting markets show over 8 of 10 shares traded were short sales, leaving less than 2 shares sold long and available to cover the day's short sales. At the same time, there were more shares sold long than existed. The fails that were reported to the NSCC were greater than all of the shares outstanding. In effect, the XRT was asset bankrupt, and trading consisted of a supply of shares that did not actually exist. Trade volume exceeded shares outstanding by over 7 times. Short shares traded on just the reporting markets surpassed shares outstanding by 4.7 times. Of the 11.6 million shares sold short, where did the required locates come from? Moreover, where did the necessary locates come from when 10 million shares were sold short the next day and 9 million shares the following day? While years of XRT trading suggest that there were no reasonable grounds to believe that millions of shares could be delivered for settlement of short sales, 11 trading days later, on March 24th, the same trading characteristics occurred. The SEC desires the funds to take into consideration marketplace trade volume, liquidity in their evaluations, and what if trading volumes do not consist of legitimate supply and demand liquidity. Table 6 shows the value of trading the underlying assets in the XRT during March 2011. The values traded for the XRT puts the magnitude of trading into perspective. Short sales were valued at $8.5 billion in these 20 trading days on assets with an average value of $388 million. One more time, $8.5 billion on assets with an average value of $388 million. Along with virtually every other month of trading data examined for the XRT, March 2011 shows a continual buildup of large short positions versus the value of underlying assets. The XRT shows that for long periods of time, regardless of the billions of dollars traded, the underlying shares issued for the XRT by State Street were not created in sufficient quantities to support the trading activity, short selling, and ownership claims, as can be seen here in Table 6, XRT values of trading and underlying assets in March 2011. The data for the March 9th in the Table 6 shows there were 571 million shares sold short, while XRT only had 120 million in underlying assets. Where could the required locates come from for these short sales? On the next day, where did the necessary locates come from for the $484 million worth of short sales and another $441 million worth of short sales the following day? Locates from clearing firms are the first component in the chain of events that creates a legal short sale. What reasonable grounds to believe that shares could be borrowed and delivered for settlement would have existed in order to provide or accept locates for these multiple millions of shares to be sold short legally day after day? This trading share accounting raises significant red flags of operational and systemic risk across firms involved with the XRT, which could accumulate into massive stress on the valuation and liquidity of XRT. We believe these metrics should be monitored by the fund to assess the quality of its ETF. The risk presented by only viewing a portion of the data may understate the potential problems because of the hidden stresses that are being created in the secondary market. Collectively, during these 20 trading days, 11.6 billion worth of XRT was sold on just the reporting market, so the average daily value of shares outstanding was only 388 million. Over 30 times the daily average value of the XRT was traded during just these 20 trading days. The extraordinary turnover ratio occurred despite the fact that over 8 shares had already been purchased short for every for every 1 share outstanding. During the 20-day period, 302 million shares were traded, turning over 8 million average shares outstanding, 38 times when all of the existing shares were and remained owned by institutions reporting SEC 13F filings. By any measure, there is an extreme amount of leverage continuing to grow in XRT, which is just one ETF product. GameStop is in 106. Since all of these shares outstanding were already owned, much of what was trading in the marketplace appears to be washed, matched type trading. The SEC wants the funds to include trade volume liquidity in their calculations, but what if there is an excessive amount of false liquidity in the marketplace? This could seriously undermine a fund's liquidity evaluation of the ETF itself. I think that's it. That should be enough, right? Oh, here you go. There is a consistent pattern of excessive short selling without share creation to accommodate the settlement of XRT securities. ETF operators know these facts. They do not have to reach for any hard to obtain outside information to understand these circumstances, as it is a simple calculation of trade volume, short interest, and 13F filings compared to their shares issued. These factors should already be considered by any fund operator under its obligations required by the 1940 Act. How's that, Koala? So when you ask me, how are they going to get shares if I've locked them up? That's how. So TLDR, ETFs make as many fucking shares as they want. They don't care about your locate. Regardless of what you believe. You blow up their margin. That's how you beat it. Wait, please don't stop. I'm almost done. Oh, my VWAP. Is this the research you're doing every day while I'm sitting on my ass playing PS5 and smoking weed? Hold on. I'll catch up. Give me a second. Neither I nor my Philadelphia wife are worthy of your incredibly wrinkly brain. My brain hurts just hearing that. Actually, all credit for that to Turdferg. He's the one who found it. But it is very relevant. It's provocative and it does get the people going, but it is also true. You said while reading the XRT short selling report that something happened to the shares, maybe redeemed. Can't remember the wording, that the rest would be valueless. Can you go back to that? Control F, valueless would get you there. So there are 5 owners for each XRT share. The additional redemption of those shares can render the existing shares, the XRT, essentially valueless, with no liquidity left in the shares issued to accommodate the additional ownership claims. So the shares are fake. But by forcing them into a system where they have to do that, by forcing them to use those shares to hedge, and by then demanding the real shares of GameStop be delivered, you can make them go boom. And that's what an option does. And it does it far faster than 5 years of DRS. Koala's gone. Figures. All right, guys. I need a minute. No, we're not fucked. That's in the ETF, right? That's not on GameStop. Like I said, if they could short GameStop to the ground, if they had the money to short it into obsolescence, they would. They can't. If he doesn't understand how that affects DRS, I got nothing for him. I've been speaking the whole time and now I'm gone. Do you have nothing else to say to me except you conceptual reading? It's not a concept. DRS your XRTs? That would work, but you can't. You can't DRS ETF shares. They're kind of like a fractional share. They only represent the underlying ownership of the ETF. They represent ownership in the ETF. It's not just that stuff is happening. It's been happening this whole time. No, that system completely negates. I mean, that just means that they don't need the locate. So there's like the DTCC and NSCC aren't informed of these short sales at all. It's completely hidden. Do you know what happens to the failed futures rules? No. Nope. FTDs aren't that low though, and they'll be higher this quarter than they were last, right? Because no liquidity was provided in the underlying. But by locking up the underlying, you squeeze that whole system. By forcing a squeeze in GameStop, you squeeze all of it. What strikes are you looking at for December? Yeah, RC shares are held, they're registered, but they're not registered with Computershare. They're registered through RC Holdings or whatever his holdings company is called. That's why they're not part of the count. How's XRT? Because of creation baskets. And GME might only be 1% of XRT's holding, but GME is percentages of hundreds of other ETF holdings as well. XRT is simply an example of the system that occurs. CS is for retail, I know, but answer my question. How do we do this? Control F. Oh. Said answer me. And you said I've been speaking this whole time, and now I'm gone. Do you have nothing else to say to me except your conceptual reading? Do you know that Fidelity removed the buy button before? Do you know that Fidelity owned 13% stake in 2004? And maybe RC wants his book records and transfer agents like CS. Okay, so his shares aren't registered with Computershare. His shares are registered in the name of his holding company. That's, if I'm not mistaken, that's a requirement for hostile takeovers, generally speaking. But that's generally a requirement during hostile takeovers. CS is for retail, I know, but answer my question. About what? Fidelity? Are you trying to get me to DRS my shares or move my shares out of Fidelity? Now you're arguing a different point. Is Fidelity to CS? CS was sued and fined in Ireland a few years ago for mismanagement of registration for the beneficiaries whose assets they controlled. They were fined like $380 something thousand, but no broker's got a clean record. Now, is that the brokerage's fault or individual actors within that brokerage? Yeah, it's hard to say. I've been speaking. Okay, that's everything. I got it all. If I missed anybody's chats, I'll try to catch up. Can't wait till we start our climb back up because red brings out the worst in some people. Thanks for what you do, Girk. Not a problem. Pong, I'm asking because I speculate that they don't fail to roll, but maybe roll with ETF synthetics and pay for it later. ETFs use futures contracts to hedge their NAV. So it's possible that a lot of the exposure we're seeing through futures is purely between those variant swaps and the ETF exposure. I'm still working on that post I mentioned in Discord. Would you have data backing up that AMC flipped its position on the spike theory? I'm having trouble finding the old ownership because smooth. Fintel, Bob? Maybe if you reach out, maybe one of the guys from the quant team can help you. Oh, I made the stock go up too. Look at that. If you reach out to one of the guys on the quant team, maybe they can get you the Fintel data for a previous AMC ownership. I'm not sure, or historical ownership. You could just look at the 13F filings. That's kind of tougher, but maybe you can find somewhere to sort them by quarter. What makes any broker sufficient enough to handle the MOASS? The clearing agencies are limited to 60 trillion. What happens when that goes bust? Okay, what makes Computershare qualified? I mean, they're just because they handle trillions of dollars in transactions a day. Every day, they have survived multiple black swan events since the 1940s. If they went under, the entire financial system would go under along with them, and your shares would be worthless anyway. So if the brokers are your point of failure, then the whole thesis has failed at that point. Hi, Greg. Been at work. Gamma girl back. Let's fucking go. Welcome back. I didn't understand anything on the report, but I think I got the gist. AMC 510 weekly calls. Got it. Congratulations. Chicken Tender Daddy Dragger. In all seriousness, all the information you put out for free has given me the confidence to double my initial investment in the last 6 months and not fear these price drops, but take advantage of them and average down, buy more, and hodl. Thank you. You're welcome, Chicken Tender Daddy. No, when it rips, they're using it to short. Then you don't believe retail owned the float. Do you have proof of that even? I mean, as long as we're in here proving things, Koala Hugger. Show me the proof of that as well. Don't use the vote count because that wasn't proof. The best proof we have that retail owns the float or the Google surveys. How are synthetic shares retired? What shares? Oh, Stefan. No. It was 55 million shares voted out of 70 million shares outstanding. Even with a subtraction implying that no institutional ownership voted at all, that still only would have been 79% of the shares outstanding at the time. So you can't really use the shareholder. You can try to fudge the data or say that they rounded it, but there's no proof in that. I know you just did it to make me say it, but then your options hedging is worthless and your MOASS thesis is faulty for you guys. No, it's not. Every one of those options represents GameStop shares per their delta value. Um, a delta value of 0.5 means that every single contract has a value of 50 shares. That locks up the float. That's what we did in January. Then Gary Gensler told us that's what we did in January. And then people still want to just blatantly ignore the information presented to them in favor of Twitter posts that can be interpreted a million different ways. So you're saying the data is wrong, but pictures on Twitter are correct. You're wasting my time, Koala Hugger. You're arguing an extreme. Retail didn't own the float at the shareholders meeting, but they probably own the float now. The Google surveys indicate that we own the float. There is a basis for us owning the float, but there's other owners. There's institutional owners. Are there multiple times of the float owned? We don't really have proof of that. Probably in excess of 100%. Yeah, I saw Gamma Girls post. I put it in my daily DD. It was awesome. They're already exposed. They already need to buy the stock. The shareholders vote proves you both wrong. Were you there? Why the fuck do I need to be there? It's filed with the SEC, the exact counts. So you're telling me they lied on the counts? So GME lied to you, but you trust an RC tweet. You're trying to use circular logic to prove your point. It's not effective. Koala is Stephen Cohen. Yeah. You're not exposing any inconsistencies. I'm exposing yours. What you've run into are facts. What you have are speculation on DD that you read, but I'm guessing didn't understand that well. I've read that DD. I've talked to the people who wrote it extensively. Okay, you can believe whatever you want, but this isn't a fucking religion. It's the stock market. There is no deity that's going to come down from the heavens and save you. But what I've given you is the keys to fucking push this rocket to the moon. If you don't want to start it up, that's your problem. Volunteering is time to take down a tyrant. Yeah, I'm over it. I shouldn't have stopped reading. Look what happened. No, I won't ignore the FUD. I will face it and present facts that defeat it. I was just seeing a news thingy in WeBull about a new meme stock ETF, and it's very. There is a new one, yeah, but it has very, very low holdings, especially of GameStop. I think it's only got 300 shares of GameStop in it. A little bit, Alina. Just don't, man. No one cares what you do. Yeah, your argument has been disproven. Your ideology has been discounted, and any further information from you is providing no value. You are spreading FUD. You're the shill. Koala for mod. Get out of here with your campaigns, Silence of the Dans. It seems like you have qualified shill in here. See what I did there? Love your stuff. You just copied Zakir's thing that he did before. He had the dad joke first, Clitoris. What? RC Hostile took over $1 million company. Of course he's a risky investor. Fucking paid off, didn't it? He YOLO'd his money into GameStop. Damn fucking straight he did. He had a plan. But I'm giving you a plan and you're saying it's shit. Because your plan's better, but you can't defend yours. Everyone thinks it's like they act like their fucking prophet has come down from the mountain and handed them their like the keys to MOASS, and it's just bullshit. It's based on tweets. Ryan Cohen hasn't been like, "Hey guys, DRS your shares so I can squeeze this bitch." You think he's some fucking billionaire spending hours of their day setting up fucking photo shoots so you can read the cryptic message in their fucking tweet? What's your question, Natsuka? If you don't tag me in it, I can't answer it. Or are you just making fun of Koala? I read your Ko-Fi, and then I reread that section, Markheim, for you. It has to do with the created shares on top of the actual XRT ownership are valueless. So for the beneficiary owner of the XRT, right? Because you don't like an ETF share isn't like a real share, right? It just presents a percentage of ownership. Those synthetic shares that are created and shorted with present no value to the owner of the original share, hence valueless. I don't think selling on the way down works at all, right? Because no one's buying GameStop at that price once they've covered. Okay, I'm sick and tired of the FUD you've been spreading. According to readily available markets research, the air fryer market was valued at almost 900 million in 2018 and is expected to reach nearly 1.5 billion by 2026. I am DRSing all my air fryers today. Congratulations, Dan for hire. Can you explain why you don't think quantitative easing injections trillions into iShare ETFs are related? I'm sure it helps. I'm sure that the risk, the systemic risk is well known. They are probably the failure point for the market, as CDOs were back in 2008. I must not FUD. FUD is the MOASS killer. FUD is the little death that brings total poverty. I will face my FUD. I will permit it to pass over and through me. Awesome. Fear is the mind killer. Can we have a light musical interlude to break from the seriousness? Fudge, Schiller, Green-Eyed Adam, Aaron words, not GME, while insiders of AMC dump on their investors' faces. Is Koala Ken Griffin in disguise? No. He's simply a concerned investor who maybe doesn't know that much about it. Knowledge is power. Fear is nothing. Being afraid of knowledge is... Who's going to buy your covered call during MOASS? Good luck finding liquidity in that market. I just got chlamydia from that koala. Enough of the circular talk. Let's get back to options. Can you tell me the advantage, if any, to having a Jan 950Cs versus Feb 250s? Seems like 250s will pay out more given a run up. I mean, yeah, but they cost how much? I mean, Feb 250s are $1,000 each. Right, so it's leverage versus price is what you're talking about here. So if you're playing IV purely, I don't know why you wouldn't buy like a Feb 510 and compare that to a Jan 950. I think that's a better comparison. But yeah, you would have more contracts for the same amount of capital invested into 950s than you would into Feb 250s at a rate of 10-1, I believe. If you were down a little capital, would you go Febs or shares being risk adverse? If you're risk adverse, shares are always the safest bet. Unless you can afford leaps. But yeah, shares. Shares are by far the safest bet if you're risk adverse. Buying the stock doesn't hurt at all. That's not what I'm saying. Theoretically, they could drop at $40 in the interim. I think if they could, they would have. Right. I think that there's a cost to that. Right. There's a cost to that creation. They don't do it for free. Otherwise, the managers of those funds wouldn't allow it to occur. You could have been investing in AMC. You could have YOLO'd into zero DTEs. You could have chugged a bottle of wine. Tell me more. Kirk, message from Craig. I was just, oh wow, I'm way fucking behind on these. Jesus Christ. I know I'm not. You could have invested in AOC. You could have YOLO'd into zero DTs. You could have chugged a bottle of wine. You could have listened to Andrew My Money. But you listened to Kirk. Thanks. Thanks, Chris Nichols. I appreciate it. I wish I got the attention you give koala. I'm sorry, Johnny A. New Cornichon play sing.
Welcome to Cornichon.
Thank you, Oni Addict. 3 cheers for our favorite thinker, Gurkratis, on his quest for the Philosopher's Stone. RC tweet? Are you shitting me? Oh, that son of a bitch. Why can't he just tweet a pickle if that's the case? Midgie Witten, I might have missed your donation. I'm sorry. It's probably too far gone in chat at this point. If you want to just type it out and let me know, I will answer it if it was a question. You made RC speak. All praise Gurk. Yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with me. RC is cool as cucumber. I hope he watches the fucking stream. Can I just ban him? Now he's mad that you're not exercising out of the money calls on stream. Well, that's just stupid. No, I don't want him banned, Carl. He'll leave on his own. Or he'll stay and learn something. That never hurt anybody. I saw that message earlier, Carl. If we're referring to the same one. Koala is Ryan Cohen? I hope not. I'm sure some would love to be banned so they can show that they got banned here for talking about options to stir drama. Oh, I'm sure. But let's pretend for a second that that's not Koala's goal. Koala came here to stand up for something, and I respect that. Even if I don't think that thing's right. That's not easy to do, to stand up in front of, thousands of people who disagree with you and present your case. I don't have that disadvantage. Yes, Power Hour. It's one of these.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Hey, I'm back. I wanted free karma and awards on Reddit, but I was too late. Oh, just go over there and post a video or like a statement about me being a shill, forcing you to donate. Give me all your money. I didn't miss MOASS. Can you briefly explain married puts? They're not being used. You could try Rio. If I was hiding puts, I'd hide them in favelas. Hey, Girk, why don't you DRS? I feel like it's mostly a waste of $75. And I have 6 brokerages, so it's more. There's a transfer charge. Hey, Girk, if RC and DFE were watching and you could tell them one thing, what would you say? Look, guys, I figured it out. Well, someone sent me a list of the brokerages that ComputerShare uses to clear or transact trades on their behalf. I don't know what I did with it. It's like Citigroup and someone else. I did know that RC tweeted. He tweeted right after my big epic speech, clearly about me. Is that his first tweet during market hours? Girk, is it a coincidence that the Ryan Cohen tweet occurred right when Koala went away? I don't know. I'm also not Ryan Cohen, so Merrill Lynch is part of CS. Well, they should stop selling volatility swaps on GameStop then. I don't know if RC's watching me, and frankly, I wouldn't give a shit if he was. It'd be cool. Why doesn't he sponsor the stream so I don't have to steal your guys' money? Thanks, Michael Fang. Oh no, I'm out of milk. That's right. I'm a grown man eating milk and cookies in front of thousands of people. If I DRS my dad, will that force someone to locate him? It could. Unless he's in an ETF. I picked KFC yesterday, by the way. You didn't do both? That's disappointing. Mustard homie. I wish you'd done both. Pi-Fi rocks. Thank you for all you do, dude. Don't listen to the shilly billies. Anyway, chew louder. You got it, Bradistunk. If Cool Daddy's here, I do have some cashies. Cool Daddy, where are you? I don't see him. Ah, he is here. Don't you mute your headphones? More realistically, Posty McPosterson, would be to exercise or sell the furthest out and exercise the closer to the money. But yeah, if you're exercising all of them, then yeah, you can start with the furthest one out and work your way down. It doesn't really matter at that point, I guess. No, I think if you're exercising, you want to reverse that. Yeah, you'd want your deepest in the money calls exercised first. I guess I never really thought about that because I'm always just like gonna. If we don't hit over $1,800, then what the fuck? I'd probably have sold my 950s long before then. Oh, my spirits are at least up here. That tweet came very quick after you were talking about RC being a risky investor and it paying off big time. Well, there's a clock in the corner, so you can check it out. He is up. I'm not wrong. But there's no way he could have predicted what came after. I'd imagine he still thought at some point he'd be able to buy the rest of his shares. What chance do I give GME of hitting 10K in Jan Feb? It could happen. Maybe that guy in the chat, Ryan Cohen, was just actually Ryan Cohen. He was just hiding in plain sight. Well, if he buys some options now, Ryan, if you're listening, and you buy some options now, you might be able to pick up the other like, what is it? He can buy like 5 million shares. You can't get them at your cost basis anymore, but might be lower. As always, Ryan Cohn, I advise that anybody who has not had experience with options, paper trade first. Study your brokerage materials. They'll have lots of information. Check out Investopedia for terms that you don't understand. No, the limit up's at 157. So if a big order came in, we would limit up. Gap. Sort of. If I lost all my money on calls I bought on November 23rd, would it be a wash sale if I bought calls for the December run up? No. Unless you're buying the same strikes. You have to buy the exact same contract to wash options. So, like, say you had January 200s, you sold them, and then you bought January 200s again. Yeah. What strike would, let's see what strike Ryan Cohn would have to buy for February. You know what? Shit. He's a billionaire. Let's go full on safest possible call for Ryan Cohn to complete his position. At his cost basis from December, which is what, like $18 a share? Ooh, man, he's got to go kind of far out of the money here. So January 2023, 600s. Liquidity is not even that bad compared to the baseline. Just need just need 50,000 contracts. Done. Do you have a link for the XRT document you clipped earlier? Yes, Bobby Joe Bobby. I think Carl has it if he's still around. Bro, where can I get that sweet hat? A friend of mine made it for me. Look, it's a computer share buy batch. Rejoice. This is just the pressure letting off. I told you guys we'd probably run into close a little bit. We're bound to find some equilibrium between here and max pain up at like 175, right? Thank you, Carl. I appreciate that. Actually, you know what? I appreciate you, Carl. And all the rest of the mods as well. Secure, Grizz, Biter, Han. You guys are the best. Did I forget someone? I always forget someone. I don't think I did. Fuck you. Don't tell me you. You'll accept my praise, Carl. Secure's wife. Well, they're like a couple. I just consider them one entity. I think the Secures. I'll just say the Secures from now on. That's. Do you appreciate the Dans? said grizzled. Cough Burp's not a mod. But big shout out to Cough Burp for being here. Thanks, Cough Burp. Don't forget, someone somewhere cares about you. My puts are looking very safe right now, and I'm very happy because I would have had to have bought far more GameStop than I wanted to buy today had the price gone a little lower. What about me? Are you not thankful for this mod right here? Okay, listen, just because you've taped a little wrench next to your name, Daniel Taylor Hamwich, doesn't make you a mod. You're the quant team fuck toy and you know it. You can't be both. Gotta go. Was a long but great week. Have a great weekend. You too, Mighty Potato. Bob Smith, I felt extremely bullish yesterday, and I sold 300 naked puts at a 150 strike. So, good day. If retail may or may not own the float, remind me of the thesis of MOASS. However, there's so many times over of the shares that need to be bought back. Who owns them? They're probably stuffed into ETFs. It's okay. We can blow up everything on the way up. What was that, Agri Craig? Here's to your knowledge. Here's to your sharing your knowledge. Here's to being willing to take on thought, questioning, and being willing to learn. Here's to your Friday. Here's to you. Thank you. Tonight, drink of your choosing is on me. Thank you, Curious Dildan. I appreciate that. Bro, they are. Everyone's excluded from reg share reporting. And the paper that I read specifically outlines how they are not following the guidelines set forth by the SEC or the Congress. I just want to give you compensation for curing my erectile dysfunction. Real talk. Are you planning on streaming after MOASS? At least record some audiobooks so I can always listen to your voice. Thank you, William Hudson. I'll consider it. My reading voice or just my talking voice? They're different if you didn't notice. Kyle Evans, thanks for becoming a billionaire. Oh, don't forget, guys. Billionaire Country Club stream, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday. I can't. I have to get more things from my old apartment and move them.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Boom. Why would I be wearing a hat at a nice restaurant, Johnny LaRue? Wouldn't Dan mod? Never. I've already said that. Still moving due to all the high friends and moving. There's just shit I have to, like, I still have stuff at my old place, and I just haven't had a chance to get it to my new place. So, yeah. Would those covering margin calling short position during MOASS be exercising options themselves, if they have them, or they only be purchasing shares? Is that why cashless exercise is important? Cashless exercise is important because it forces them to find more shares, especially during a run up where there are no shares. So you're just compounding their problem, right? 2 homes, YouTube shill confirmed. Well, my lease wasn't up at the other place, but if I'd waited any longer, there wouldn't have been anything available in like the rental market. So yeah, I ended up with like a little bit of a crossover. What you heard of many times, if ETFs are truly not excluded from reg show, then it's in the interest of short hedge funds or GameStop to be in the S&P. Oh, it probably helps them, but we're not getting in the S&P, right? Especially not after this earnings. We got some time to go before we can see an S&P inclusion. Fed listed meme stocks as a risk. Thoughts on if the Fed was signaling the willingness to take short positions onto their books to prevent total market collapse? It's possible. If God, man, they fucked up on GameStop bad. It has so much ETF exposure. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, GameStop could be the match that sparks that systemic risk. Did they internalize the rest of the 8 to 12 million volume of exposure expected the 23rd, 24th? When would that play out? Possibly the 13th. Possibly if that was the case, yeah. He's purposely reading all the messages around mine. Cringe. Okay, Moonwind, what is it? You haven't paper handed your Pigeon Whale membership yet, so you can tell me. I'll listen. Briefly, you'll get the attention that you so desire for a minute. I know other people have been getting far more attention than you lately. You're very upset. Talk to Daddy. Safe CC strike for 30 minutes? I have no idea. Rip into close. Mino, thank you so much, man. MKK, thank you too, dude. Thank you guys for becoming billionaires. For all of you guys that became billionaires today, don't forget members only stream on Sunday, and hit me up on the Discord so I can add you to the country club after the stream.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
No, why do we lose? It's unlikely that the Fed has taken on someone else's risk. They would just let them fail, right? That's what the system's built for. After all the bitching, we're green on the day. You know what? Dad, I'm scared. What did you do? Did you do something stupid? Well, you'll learn. Are we running into close because of DRS? Obviously. Did Koala Hugger trigger MOASS? You mean Ryan Cohen? Thoughts on holding shares inside of an IRA versus pulling them out and hold on an individual brokerage account? I don't know about the lending requirements for an IRA. I don't know if it may be harder for them to use those shares to lend. It may not. I'm really not sure how that works. I think it would just be the same, I would imagine. Anytime we go up, it's because the CS order came in. Retail picking up extra. We got like 120,000 volume. Oh, let's just say 150. $1.8 million worth of shares. It's Friday. Why not? About 30 minutes. Hmm. Koala was just RC testing your resolve and fortitude in your thesis. After proven worthy, MOASS can begin. This isn't a fucking RPG. I don't think. If Ryan Cohen came in here, what do you think his alias would be? I think he'd donate me more than $3. Rylan Joan. Everyone saw your XRT clip and FOMO'd in. Cool. It's all the Citadel employees that watch the stream are now going long. Ryan Cohen's alias would definitely be Hacksaw. I have to make Boom Boom. All right, Carl. I got you. Could Citadel have internalized all retail buying orders today to keep the price down, and now they're buying the shares? Or is this institution spotting a good deal? Could be both. There's no way to tell on the intraday like that. I would imagine it's more that the price was suppressed all day, and now they're kind of letting the pressure off. They've gotten out of their put positions that they wanted to get out of, and now they can let the pressure off and the price come back up. Cyan Rowan, you did good today, kid. You did good. You know, Ryan Cohen's like the same age as me, right? He might be even like a year younger. How old is Ryan Cohen? Does anybody know? Maybe he's a year older. Come on, one of you fucking simps has to know how old Ryan Cohen is. Okay, that's four different numbers. He's 36. I believe he's 69. 36. Okay, 36 is the one that I'm seeing the most. So I'm going to go with that. So can they use ETFs to make the price whatever they want it to be, except when they have to cover exposure cycles? I don't think they can short it down to 40, or they would have, right? If they could get it lower than they did, they would have. There's no benefit to them having the price elevated. They simply cannot. 85, 86, 35, 36. So is he older than me? Slightly older than me. Yeah, he's slightly older than me. Ryan Cohen's name would definitely be Nutsacula on 5,000. Shame it's already taken. Yeah, bid ask's not too bad. Tighter spread. But the gap up potential to 172 is interesting. All that for a drop of blood. Well, as we saw yesterday, some people just couldn't handle it. What is this flurry of buying during power hour? Just inherent bullishness? No, it's a bounce. This is the bounce. We called it this morning. We got fucking max pain at 175. We're trading at 150. Of course, we're going to move up a little. Did Matt Kors use his time off in the middle of the day to unload his AMC position? Having this drop to 150-ish benefit us in the long run? I mean, sure. How would it be a benefit for us to drop to 150? I guess more people bought. Options were loaded up on, so that's bullish. Listening to you for the past months, giving the knowledge and market awareness to go heavy, and going heavy Tuesday last couple of days to hopefully to my great benefit. Thanks, man. You got it. Now, when you guys fuck up your options exits, remember this moment when they were green. When the dip was called, and you enjoyed looking at those sweet, sweet unrealized gains. They're beautiful, aren't they? I am very full of myself today, I think. I am. I agree. What gains? He can move as many bananas as he wants. I just want him to stay away from the ducks. Are you rock hard with this price action? I just no, it's not the price action. It's just all day. The options about 2 weeks ago are still red. Oh, and they will be for a little while. Thank you, Protege Son. A strong, independent deck, and I'll do as I please. Listen, that's not what you told me when I saw you running out of his house with all those things strapped to you. I saw the fear in your eyes, Trash Dan. When Matt Kors ignored your safe word and did as he pleased. Stand up for yourself. Spicy pickle winner. I have an NDA. I'm not able to speak to that. Dude, I'm building your cannon. Relax. A little volume needed to go up $10. Man, when this thing goes off, it's going to be crazy. Yep. Hey, Gert, can you please explain what share price needs to get to for someone to cash exercise a Feb 280 without using any more out-of-pocket capital and receive 100 shares? Thanks for all you do. Yes, I can, Edward. Let me. I don't want to shut down the price action because everyone's probably pretty excited about it, but I will go on option strat for you and calculate it. You said it was a Feb 18 280. See, with a 60% IV bump. Let's look at. Oh. Let's look at our high test, 350. Contract value. How much is that to exercise? $28,000. I mean, on a decent IV bump, you could exercise it. Let's say IV hits 200% on that contract. I guess I would have to go higher, right? If IV spikes 100%, you could exercise it as soon as. You'd have to hit a price higher than 500. Unless IV just went astronomically high, in which case you could exercise it on a test of like 485, which is similar price point as last year for on in January. IV on option strat doesn't go as high as it did last January, but so you're kind of capped out there. The IV bump on the 350 runs is significant. 100, 200%. I didn't buy any December options. Not yet. Wait, how would you get 100 shares from that? You can exercise and sell to cover? Made some money buying shares at 150 in tribute to you and DFE today. Thanks for your contributions to the community and your stable presence through this trading natural price action over the past couple of days. Thanks, someone. I appreciate it. Yeah, you can do that too. That's what I plan to do with a bunch of mine. Hey, Gurk, way to hang strong. It's quite obvious you're doing it right. First donation for security detail since they can't take you down with the Fudge Shill campaign. Thank you, Yoda Man. I appreciate that. Thank you guys for the support. It really means a lot. Just remember over this weekend, there's going to be probably still more backlash continuing. And same thing as yesterday, you know, don't attack anybody on my behalf. Please. It doesn't do us any good. But you know, education, point them to the facts. That's all you can do. If they're unwilling to learn, then it's a lost cause. 1312 is no longer allowed to promote monetize. From 1213, it is no longer allowed to promote monetized YouTubes and post. It's just up on the sub. Okay. I don't care about that. How am I promoting it? I'm not like, I guess, so I have to delete. I'll ask the mods. Not everyone is trying to play this the same way, but we all want to see MOASS happen. We do. You've been a good source of knowledge and don't seem to have shown any malicious actions towards any ape. Never. Thank you, Aiden. No profiting in this sub about profiting off of a stock. I mean, I don't care about that, right? I only ever started the YouTube because so many people asked me to. Sideways trading guy is creaming himself right now. Our billionaire is greater than our super stonk. I wouldn't want to put the responsibility of moderating that fucking mess on the people that are the moderators over there. I have a better camera. Oh no, this YouTube show keeps taking my money. Oh no. Somebody help Glider. Can't get my hand out of your pocket, can you? Fucking ridiculous. XRT doc read was much needed level up for wrinkle bread starting to lose interest in dramatics. Let's just do that. Not incorrect, Aloysius. Powered 5 minutes. SS just wants to protect the retail investor. No, they want to choose what people can and can't hear. But we'll have a different argument on that a different day. Because that's what the people complaining to them are complaining about. Mandatory payday donation. Thank you, Seth. I appreciate it, man. Ryan Cohen, did they do the $80 drop over the last 2 weeks to prepare for the December run up or the Jan run up? Both. My popcorn friends are having a fit right now. Tammy Busey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Or Busey. I don't know how it's pronounced. Just don't tell me it's bouquet. Can you link the XRT doc in the daily Reddit thread? Sure. If I take a step back and actually look at it, it's crazy how much more I've learned from your stream compared to RSS. The only thing I ask is don't stop posting your DDs. They're always great. I probably won't. I don't see why I would. Thank you, Smack Factor. I appreciate that, man. I don't understand. Allows peer reviewing and debunking myths. The problem is it just allows a lot of slander and misinformation, Monster Buddy. Like, the moderators do nothing to keep that in check. Like, they just allow harassment and hate posts. So, and calls to action, which is bullshit. I almost forgot to buy your gout meds. Thanks. What's that button do? Thanks for all you do and being such a class act. Hugs. You got it, Diddles. Thank you. Libel. I'm sorry. Libelous statements. Misinformation. It really highlights your jaundice. Looking good. Thank you, JC. Because I don't think more social media platforms are something that the world A needs, or B would continue to be profitable. It has nothing to do with political views. I don't give a shit about politics. It just looks like a pump and dump to me. I don't see a lot of future for it. It's built on shoddy software that they stole from someone. Unimpressed, regardless of the amount of funding pumped into it. This is for the moment where you said to not ban Koala, leave him on his own or stay and learn something. I wish this was a call. Thank you, Dubster Fire. Got the message back. It was reviewed and it wasn't against the subreddit rules. I don't even think they check that shit. I've seen people use like actual hate speech and reported it and they didn't get banned. But I think that's Reddit's reporting system. I don't think that gets reported to the moderators. I think you have to contact the moderators to speak to them on that. Are you sad you can't promote your top tier TA anymore? What TA? There isn't even any TA in the fucking daily DD, low fucking value. Again, providing zero contribution to anything you participate in. The hardest thing is to stay open as a community. We have to do it. I don't want to be part of no echo chamber. I can get that anywhere on Reddit. GME is so great. I just love it. And all the pickles and all the work you do. Pivite, thanks, dude. Thank you, Han Grizzly, Carl Biter, Dan, Gherk Secure Pickle. Ding dang. GME closing up 159.01. Nice run into close. Up 2%. Good day. I'm up 1K on the Feb calls I bought yesterday and this morning. Is this the extortion SS is talking about? Yes. Yes. Fuck you and your gains, JFresh. You can't DRS them. You're a piece of shit. Are you sad you cannot promote your TA channel anymore on Supersonic? No. And I can still post there. Do you feel like you've won low fucking value? You haven't. I'm not going anywhere. I never started posting for money in the first place. Ha ha ha. Fuck you. All right, guys. Don't forget, members only stream. Sunday, 12:30 Eastern Standard Time, PM. That's UTC -5 for you international apes. And I will be signing off now. Thank you all so much for your support and your kind words. Means a lot. I'll see you guys. Have a great weekend, everybody. Good night. Rico! Shh. Not an advisor. Frigulon.